precise. Good afternoon, guys. Am I audible? Ritu, can you hear me? Sumit, can you hear me?
Hello. Yes, sir, you are audible.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. Thanks. Siddiq. Let's wait for 2-3 minutes and then probably we'll start. So the people on this meeting, has anyone tried capturing the operating plus financial information of Paytm? Anusha? Prajwal? Mayank? Indradeep?
Yes, sir. Yes.
So have you tried?
No, not actually.
Okay.
I'm present. Ritu is present, sir.
Sorry? Ritu, yeah, no, it's not about I'm taking an attendance. I mean, I just wanted to understand, has anyone actually tried looking into the financials and operating information of Paytm? Okay, fair enough. Let's take let's wait for 1 or 2 minutes max, then probably we'll start because I have to cover a lot of things today. Okay, so we have roughly about 15 people, I mean, including me. So I mean, it's not something which actually I should be saying that why you guys did not try. But my only suggestion would be, if you won't try, the challenges which generally people face when they do these things for the first time will remain same. So it is my humble request to everyone, because I mean, I know we all are occupied in our whatever obligations we have or whatever is there on our plate. But when we are actually spending 4 hours over the weekend, then I can expect that at least half of 50% of that should be spent during the weekdays. The best practice which I generally follow, when I have to follow something rigorously, I start blocking my calendar during the daytime when I think that I would be able to spare that time. So half an hour slot, if you can book that for just Emarticus during the week. Yes, I understand that it's difficult to take out time, but honestly, when you would do it for, again, you will have different challenges. All companies are different, so it would be good if you just follow or parallelly work, because I'm not able to share anything from with you due to some restrictions. Somehow, or fortunately or unfortunately, my personal laptop is not working. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been using my office system. So I can't send anything outside my system. So that is my compulsion, and you have to um, build your own structure. So I was expecting that. So don't worry. I mean, it's not new that I am having the same experience. So since 2018, I have been dealing with Emarticus students, and in my organization as well, I'm actually training people. So everywhere people are same. So please take it seriously, because you are spending not only time, money as well, which is more important. Money you can earn, but time is really, really precious. So if you are spending time, that means you are actually spending equivalent amount of money on that. Okay, so I'll just share my screen, and I hope my screen is up. Before joining the call, I was actually collating this information so that we can work around. I'll just quickly touch upon what we discussed last. So we actually talked about how we should build a revenue structure, basically what needs to be captured, and how ideally we should look into what is there in operating information, and how we should build the revenue structure to understand the business. And that is actually the beauty of financial modeling, where we actually try to capture all the information. The good source of information is your investor presentations. You get very insights from your transcript. So these are the two documents which will give you an idea how things have to be assumed, what company is saying. Then you put your judgment on that, whether company in the current scenario will be able to do what they are saying. I would say, imagine a situation in 2019. Everybody was actually looking at 2020 as a new year, and all of a sudden COVID came into and hijacked everything. So yes, we do plan, but the probability related to certainty definitely depends on the external factors. So so that is what it's unless and until we understand what they are talking about, how they are doing the business. We discussed all things in detail, wherein we talked about top down, bottom up approach, Then we talked about whether the business is into B2C or B2B. Then all those, after looking into all the stuff, we moved to Paytm, and then we built this revenue model, and we discussed some of the income statement line items. We generally actually discussed about the income expenses. The first stage would be to capture the information, which I would assume that you will do once you get time. For the time being, what I can suggest, you can open or look at the prospectus of or red herring document, whatever you call it. I mean, this is the website of Paytm, and if you go to investor relations, basically investor relations is the page which talks about financial information of all public listed companies. This is the section, because this is actually a Paytm is a different site. When you click on Paytm, you will get the app, and generally whatever they are servicing can be. It is advisable to go through the website as well, so that you can see what new is there, how do they actually looking into generating different revenues, which one could be the buzzword which could drive revenue. I can give you one example. If you go back into 2016, you would have heard about that Flipkart was bought by Walmart, right?
Yes, yes.
Right.
Yes.
So, when Walmart bought Flipkart, they did not know that they have a hidden gem in Flipkart. So, can anyone tell me which one I'm referring to?
It's a phone pay, I think so.
Yes, exactly. So my point here is, if you look at Flipkart as a e-commerce website where people are generating, doing some transactions, and the Flipkart is getting revenue, but they had one division or subsidiary, PhonePe. I think Flipkart wouldn't have earned a single penny from Flipkart, but PhonePe would have given them much more value than compared to look at the whole company. So as a subsidiary, if you look at PhonePe, PhonePe has actually might have equivalent value compared to Flipkart, because of all the other dynamics of the business. So then that is why it becomes important. When somebody would have bought Flipkart, they wouldn't have actually realized the potential of PhonePe at that point of time, because 2016 was the time when I think Modi ji did Notebandi in that year only. Flipkart was bought by Walmart because of Walmart wanted to have an entry into Indian market, Indian retail market, but they could not do it. Earlier, they had a tie-up with Bharti, I guess, and they have to withdraw that. So that is what I am saying, that when you look at the business, just try and find out what could be the other areas which can sometimes generate that value. That is what the role of an analyst. But unless and until you go deeper into something, you won't realize that what is there in the store. So, but for Paytm, I can say that go read about Paytm. There are so many after what do you call, after the listing, there are so many analysts who has come up with their own views on Paytm. If you just look at Paytm research report, you will get Paytm business lacks focus. Somebody is saying, who is saying? This guy from Macquarie. This guy from Macquarie says Macquarie has come up with a research report. They have talked about underperformed rating for this, kept a target of this thing. So a lot of information would be, they will be talking about. So it's not about that what we are actually going to get most of the information from the this thing, because understanding the business from the company information is one thing, and having a story around that is also another thing. So so first and the foremost thing which we need to actually do is to capture the information. And for the time being, I have actually captured this information from the prospectus. I was, I mean, because the prospectus is a source of very good information for a company, and um, and you, I mean, with a mandate, you will get at least 3 years of historical information in a prospectus, in a prospectus, and that is what it becomes very important. From the table of content, you will realize that there are so many other aspects they will talk about. In the last session, I actually quickly navigated through what all information is there. They will talk about industry. They will talk about what all scenarios are there, what is going to be their next driver, what are the challenges, who are the competitors. So whatever be information, this document is one of the good source to get good information, or all around or 360-degree information for a particular company. So read one prospectus so that you know what is there, how they are presenting. Mostly if you go to a what do you call the prospectus, first on the first page, on the first page you will come to know about who all are basically has contributed to this thing. So these are the book running lead managers, but they actually if they are marketing some company, then obviously they would have to put in justified information here, and it will talk about all the aspects. Now I have used this as a my source of information, and looking at the information, what I'm looking at now, I have just I'm just grouping this for the time being. So this is this also I will just group. So this is the information which I got it. Guys, remember one thing, though the information which is there on financial summary of financials, if you look at the presentation style, they are talking about latest period first, then they are talking about corresponding previous year's period, then they are talking about full. They are moving in the reverse direction. For the time being, you can say that they are moving from left to right. No, sorry, right to left, because first 19, then 20, then 21, and then they have the corresponding quarters. But we would not follow this practice. We will always follow as a best or standard practice left to right. So your history will start from left. So I mean, I have used this reverse this data presented by the prospectus, because they will be talking about latest information, but we have to actually forecast going forward as well. For the time being, I'm not actually spending much time on making it more presentable. But I can say that if this is a June ending and the company has also presented information for the how can I minimize? I can't minimize. Stop recording, record room. Okay, don't worry. Then I so this is what already there. If you just go to the quarterly information, you will get Q2 FY 2020. So based on that, I am starting FY 19, FY 20, FY 21, and this is June ending, and this data Q FY FY 2020 FY 20 is going to be so this information is there, but because in Indian style, it's difficult to actually this thing. Can anyone help me out in populating this data for September ending quarter? Can anyone open and dictate these numbers? Excuse me, can anyone help me out on that?
So from where we get this report?
Sorry?
Prospectus?
Yeah, no, not from the prospectus, from the website. If you go to investor relations in the financial info, you will get quarterly information, and then you just have to click on this. If you click on this page, this document will get open, and page number 8, they are actually reporting this information, which I want to actually is important for me to build this model. So if you just can anyone just dictate these numbers? I have built that structure. This one I have already prepared. Just need latest quarters information. So otherwise it will take some time, and it will be a wastage of everyone's time. Okay, no issues. So what I'm doing, I'm just for the time being copying everything, whatever is there in this quarter. No, that doesn't make much difference. I'll just copy this information. 6, 7, 1857. 3865 38.
Yeah, I'll be able to help you. Just give me a
So
minute.
that'll be great. That'll be a great help. Yeah. So can you just dictate what is the next number? You just see. I mean, finance cost is there. Then other expenses.
Yes, other expenses, no?
Yeah.
2, 3, 1, 3, 2. How do I find this?
Guys, as a practice, what you should always do, I mean, keep on checking the numbers. Like I have calculated sum of 2 numbers, which is revenue from operations and other income. So the moment I have added to make sure that, I mean, to keep a check on my accuracy levels, what I usually do, I capture, look at what is the number, and then just cross check that. So now for the time being, for the second quarter FY 22, I have populated these numbers. And while doing that, sometimes there could be a possibility that I make any mistake. To avoid that mistake, what is the best solution is you just keep a track of the broad numbers. So the sum of all expenses should be 15,994. So I have just looked at it and it means my data is fine. So now what is there? I have to actually, I will just follow the same principles which I explained you, as all expenses should be negative, right? So I am just capturing all expenses. So now it is going to be like this. All income should be positive. That's why I have used a positive number, and then all expenses should be negative. So that's why I have converted them into the negative numbers. So if you just you can use shortcut as well to convert that numbers into negative. The moment you add it up to, yeah. So now another important thing, because I have to keep a check on what is there on that. So you can go there and you just freeze the panes, so that now even if I move upward or downward, I can see what is there in the which line item it is and where I'm putting that number. Total expenses are the number which is there, and I am just for the time being, I'm using this opportunity to convert this, and then I can put in F. Guys, F4. F4 is a shortcut to use a repetition of action. If I'm actually making a like I'm adding this here, so I can put F4. Press F4. It will add the same thing. So that is very important to keep in mind. I'm just putting my total income as bold. I have data for Q1, Q2, and Q1. So the company in quarters, what they are doing, they are definitely reporting this information in quarterly format as well. But income statement in your prospectus, they are what they are doing. They are giving information, further breakup of revenue from operations, which we actually used while. Can I minimize this, hide this window? I mean, it's actually troubling me a bit. Does anyone know how I can actually minimize this? Who is messaging? I mean, is it called optionality? Is it called optionality? Okay, I don't know. I mean, what do you mean by Shivram? Shravan? Shravan?
No, it was like I pinged it a little while ago. So it was in the context of when you were discussing about there being a hidden gem, PhonePe was there. So
Yeah.
you said that values could come from, something unexpected also, which is there in the business. So
Yeah.
these are called optionalities, is what I could understand. I had read about optionalities in various reports and, analyst these things that, this business has optionality. Meaning they could come up with a completely new product or service, or an existing service which is or product which is not so dominant as of now, but moving forward this could turn out to be a big thing. Like just as in the case of Flipkart, you said PhonePe turned out to be something substantial.
Yeah, I mean, I totally agree with you. Yeah, optionality is there. I'm just taking a pause here, what I was doing. Sorry, I could not look at this message and I have to come back.
Yeah, that's okay. That's okay.
So yes, that is there. I mean, that is what now, I mean, when we start a business, we look at all the aspects. I mean, PhonePe was, might be initially came into picture to support payment services to Flipkart. But when they actually incorporated PhonePe, they were not sure that one day this could be a parallel business altogether. So that is what is there. I mean, for banks now, if you just look at the banking system, uh, most of the banks have different divisions, and when we are opening up now, banks have actually used in I mean were there into the insurance business. They tied up with insurance companies, and now they are getting it listed. So that ways it is called a value unlocking. I mean, earlier fund managing business was not, asset management companies were not listed in Indian market, but now you have couple of asset management companies as well. So these are actually earlier subsidiaries or the businesses which were done by the parent company, but because of the market opportunity or because of value unlocking or other options, these are actually becoming more important. Why I insisted on that? Because when we do valuation, we should understand what is there, which could be one of the factors as a driver for the value. I mean, you would be hearing a lot of information or a lot of news about Rakesh Jhunjhunwala's companies. Right now also, I think, I mean, when people advertise in the market, they talk about backed by Rakesh Jhunjhunwala. Metro, I think it's the IPO is going on. So my point here is there is a company, I don't know the exact name, recently listed. It was into gaming. I don't know the name, but I can't recall the name. But my point here is these are actually the small or the verticals of some of the companies which are now getting listed, and they are generating higher value than what the parent company would have actually thought of. Okay. Sorry, I couldn't see this earlier, and
No, that's
now
okay.
yeah.
Anyway, it
Yeah,
was
no, so
understood, sir.
okay, so that is what it is important. And now let's come back to it. So I'm just adding this, and the journal rule, which what we talked about so far is we will start from left to right. That is a journal practice. All sheets, any sheet on the in the financial model should have FY19 data in C column. So this is going to be there. We will always use some of individual cells in spite of using an array function. I would
So your voice is breaking. Some connectivity issue, I think.
Your voice is breaking.
we are not able to hear you.
Yeah, I know. I mean, it got disconnected. I don't know why, but I'm back. I mean, I was even I realized later. So yeah, I was just I don't know where I was when you were actually not able to hear me, or I got disconnected.
Sorry to interrupt you.
Mhm.
Before the last week in the FAP WhatsApp group, we were discussing that with the class, all are not such very confident enough. Like the base is not strong, so we don't know what all portions are covered. We don't have an idea as instructors are going on changing and everything. So can you just outline it, the whole financial modeling? What are the things we are going to be taught like that? Then it will be much more easier. Now
May-
that we don't have an idea, yeah, actually, I'm finding it difficult. I don't know about my friends here.
Uh,
No,
I,
yeah,
you,
it's
you-
everybody's
Yes, everybody
this
is,
thing. No, it's the same with everyone.
yeah.
I agree with my fellow.
Sorry to tell that, but when you're teaching, it's like some rocket science. Somewhere here and there we can understand, but the flow is not proper, so we're not getting it. So
Sir, what
can
happened
you
is
explain this?
that we all came to a consensus about the fact that like it's not about you, but it's about Imarticus, the way the course has been progressing till now. That we are left stranded in our minds, that what have we learned so far. So what do we know? We don't know what do we know. That's the kind of that state of mind. So we had discussed, and the course administrator Malik, I guess. So Sir Malik sir also, he agreed that okay, we'll kind of first discuss and give you an idea, shed some light on what all has been taught. And so because everything was like hodgepodge, things kept on like no sequence was being followed. And even if it was followed, we never like, we as students are not feeling so this thing, like we are not feeling learned till now. Whatever we have learned, that I'm talking about that. So
okay,
you
fair
have
enough,
been
fair
on,
enough,
yeah.
fair enough. I'm
So so the idea was that today's lecture will begin with that
Yeah,
yeah. But then I joined late, so I thought maybe
no. The point is, I mean, um, I totally agree with you guys. I mean, I can understand your situation when you are saying that. But let me uh, I mean talk about few things. I mean, this is my third class. Okay, and in the first class, I checked with everybody what was covered, because in that I very clearly stated that if you will tell me what you have covered, I'll assume something and then start from there. So some everybody told us that revenue was done. Still I took time and talked about things in basic at a basic level. uh, so so again I'm asking the same thing. Before I started, what was covered? I mean, I know that there could, because I'm joining in between. So whatever information you guys will give me, then I on that information I will make my view. And I am, I mean, I don't know, whatever be the situation with you guys previously, but in last two classes, I'm trying to make it or deliver things at a level where everybody can understand. And if you're not following, you can actually stop me anytime. I will take, I mean, repeat that till the time you guys are confident enough. And so far, what I would say that I'm not talking about what happened earlier, but I am just trying to tell you that we are not working on a rocket science. We are doing something which we all know. It's just that how you should look at things. I am talking about those aspects.
Actually,
Uh,
sir,
yeah.
sorry to interrupt. The
Yeah,
problem is this is online class and this
yeah.
is not physical class. So we the administration group, Malik or whoever, means we are not clear what is done basically. And in the LMS, there are many projects given, assessments given. We need to submit it, but how will we do? There are in-class activity. When we need to submit, how to get through it. Nothing is clear to us.
Yeah,
But
actually,
but
we
they,
got
And the
covered
thing is
end
that
of
it is
the
already
in
December, and it is already December. 4 months
see
have gone,
see
and we have
point.
paid so much money
Let
for this
let me
course.
let me say one thing here. I am here to deliver lecture. I am not the right person to, I mean, giving you idea what needs to be done. I think you should take this up with Malik, who will give you a better idea in terms of how it should be done. Uh, if I say that what needs to be done, I think I mean, yes, I can understand your situation here. I can understand that. But I mean, so what do you want from me? I mean, I can
So,
say,
Sir,
so
yeah.
sir, if you can
sir,
just open the curriculum and if we guys can go through.
Yeah, so we can help you telling which all portions were covered and
and
such
one
things.
more thing from means
What
basically myself, Ritu, from
we have
day
understood and
do,
what needs to be revised, then that would be
do
easier for everyone.
from day 2 or day 3, I have been continuously asking Abhishek, who was our last instructor, that sir, there is a in the LMS there is a class activity, in class activity, there are assignments, how to do it, how, when we have to submit, and the
Yeah,
dates went on. He said we'll talk.
we'll,
I will.
he was
Malik
telling
will.
us that he'll inform us.
Yeah.
There is
Malik
no
will say us,
proper
and
coordination,
nothing,
sir,
and there was
between
no proper
Malik
coordination.
and whoever is the instructor.
Instructor, yeah,
When we ask Malik, he'll tell us that the instructor will tell us.
yes.
And when we ask Abhishek sir, he is
Mm.
like he has to discuss it with the
Uh,
team.
team, yeah.
Yeah. So
And
kind of
now we are in the means we are left in the river. Now we don't know how to swim, where to go.
Yeah,
Like this,
right.
our condition is right. At this moment, I feel like this.
So sir,
Even
can
Yes,
we get
sir.
Malik on the call? Is it
Yes,
possible?
sir. Can you please connect him in the call so that we
Yeah.
can speak to him and you as well? He tells us that he will give our feedback to the trainer, but nothing happens actually. We are
Yeah.
all in the same state of mind.
Yeah.
actually as
You take
Malik
him in the same call so we can talk to him and understand what is actually happening. Most of us are
Sir,
not able to understand
one more.
the evaluation one and how are we,
Yeah.
go ahead
no,
with it.
moreover,
So one more thing I would
none
like
of
to
the
tell you.
in-class activities were done in class. So we don't have the practical approach. So we don't know how to do any of the topics. And these topics covered in-class activities were not done, and the evaluation is based on that. Then how how we will be able to do? I don't know.
So what I want to tell you is what the problem is that the Imarticus guys, the guys who are responsible for administering the progression of the course should have actually been on the top of what is happening on a weekly basis. So they should have been giving you the handover from Abhishek to you. Abhishek should have given them the handover or to you directly, and then you would have had a clear idea that look, this guy has covered this much, and the students, so obviously the students should know all these things, if he has covered all these things. And then so you also would have confidence that okay, the level of understanding that the whole class generally has, because
And
the
moreover,
previous instructor has covered all these things. But
as we
the
know,
fact that you have not been given the handover properly.
No, I came to know that I mean there is something, and that's the reason I asked about this thing in the first class, right? I asked everybody. I took an hour to understand what has been covered. And there are people who told me on this group they will be here only. I mean, I started from where you guys told me that yes, we have covered for some of the aspects related to revenue and cost drivers, and then I started
Yes,
from
yes.
there, and even
So-
I took it to the same level from where what might have been covered earlier as well.
Yes.
So it's not your
No,
mistake.
we understand
No,
this.
no, my,
See,
it's
so
not
we can
about
completely
mistake. It's not
empathize.
about mistake.
Yeah,
Don't
yeah.
worry. See, for me, I have very, very particular mandate. I mean, which is not Emarticus gives me. I decide my mandate, and my mandate is if I'm delivering a lecture, then the student should follow what I'm talking about. That's all. Nothing more than that. And my focus, I am actually least concerned about what is there in LMS. Why I'm least bothered? Because there the questions are answers
Yes.
of which you have been actually reading since
Yes.
childhood. I'm
Yeah,
not
that's what.
worried about that. That is a kind of a passing an exam. You can read about that, you can pass that. It's an objective exam. You just click on it, you will clear that. That is not important. What is important, how to do things on the ground level. That is what I'm talking
Okay.
since my
Yeah.
first lecture. And believe me, I generally don't go to a level where what I'm doing, I'm actually this is wastage of time. You won't feel it. This is wastage of time what I'm doing. This is not important. What is important is how we can, I spend time on, I'm not justifying what I did is right or wrong. You just call Malik or Chandan, he will be here on the call. You can talk to him, but we can talk about LMS later. This is what it is important, how to source the information, what needs to be sourced, how we structure this. If somebody has doubt on these things, you tell me, because I don't know. I mean, it's really difficult to pass on the blame on others, that Abhishek might have not done that. Uh, and why in my last class also you guys raised that we need some help in terms of evaluation. And I was of the view that that is your thing. You should take it like a test. Do it. If you face challenge, I totally agree with you. You just if someone has Malik's number, you just call him and tell him to join the call. I know it's difficult. It could be a really a challenging stuff at your end. I mean, imagine the situation. You are there is a course content provided to you. You are following it in sequence. Whosoever be the trainer, he follows a particular chapters in level 1. If I mean talk about in level 1, we generally talk about financial analysis. We talk about what all aspects landscape are there in that, but that is theoretical. You should know what needs to be done. So we cover financial analysis. After the financial analysis, we move on to the financial modeling part, where we actually build the financial model. There could be some case studies which generally people cover, but my style of working is this, where I pick up a live company, work on that. Students source that information and provide to me, and I work around, and they work on their models so that they know what is happening. That is what my style is. The content which needs to be covered, I cover all the aspects. You can I mean I need I mean I have to do something in terms of the material which I can show. So can anyone give me the credentials so that I can help you out in what is required for from an LMS point of view? Just a minute. It's basically LMS is just a second. I'll just find out the details. What is the link and all that stuff.
I think it's Imarticus learning.
Learning.imarticus. Learning.imarticus should. Yeah, the first one. No, 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 no. It's not this one.
Not this one, sir.
Sir, I've sent you the link. In
Yeah, please send me on the chat.
yeah, I have sent you. You can click on it.
Yeah, once. Yeah.
And you can use. You wanted the user ID and password. I've sent that also.
Thank you. Got it.
The password is imarticus@2021.
Okay. So now, okay, what do you want to know about this?
Maybe Panchami, if you can.
Yeah,
There's
what is your confusion now? I mean, be clear. I will help you out. What is there? If you want, I can run you through what is there, and or you,
just go behind the.
yeah. This is the main page.
Yeah, all the modules names were there.
If you just click on this, this is basically, I think it is going to be a demo version. No, it is fine.
So we
This
had
is,
one session on aptitude that was covered. Then can you come down?
yeah. No, this is, so then what you have to do, now it is fine. Yeah, this is something which is there.
And one more thing, Excel thing, only 2 or 3 classes were there. So in building the model and all, the advanced level like functions and all, we are not very familiar with.
Okay.
Just some of the functions, like if like a few were covered, that's all. Then financial statement preparation, that was taken by Abhishek sir. And
I'm
focus,
taking this part.
yeah, that one till revenue, he just started with revenue, that's it. Then introduction to financial analysis, that.
So if you just click at that point, forecasting methods, just look at this. This is video. You can actually, yeah, that is what, I mean, I'll just show you what I have been covering. Yeah, this is the class presentation. Okay. So if you just look at what we are covering, objective of forecasting is not important. Understanding the business model.
More than strictly following the LMS, we were like, if it is the forecasting thing, what are the broad topics in it, and how we are approaching each topics, what all we covered, and how's the outcome coming. That's what we don't have a structure in mind. We don't have what is it. So then it's like difficult.
Yeah, I feel LMS is properly not organized. A lot of the things are messed up.
No, see, the thing is,
yeah, as you told, we don't actually really don't want to stick on to LMS. As we know, it's like basic
and
thing.
one more thing, sir, in the downward, in this introduction to financial analysis, there is an activity in the downward portion.
Yeah, in class
project upward or downward, there is a activity,
project on
financial. Yeah. So we don't know about this, how to do, what to do.
Not any of the LMS activities we have not done. Any of the in-class activities we have not covered it.
So the idea is that
Excuse me, sir.
if these activities are going to be marked, or we are going to be downgraded based on these, then we should be told to finish these and guided to finish these, or else we can as you told, which I completely agree with, is that LMS is a little bit
Yeah.
dry and obsolete. So we follow what you are teaching us, because you are teaching us from a practical perspective.
Yeah, practical perspective is
So then,
good enough. But
yeah,
then,
if you
sir,
become good
if
at
you
that,
can outline it, that
yeah.
what are the topics you are going to cover and what is our
So
approach, then it will be easier for us.
one of our classmates who is present here, Sumit Dobria, he also gave a very fantastic idea. Yeah, so he said that, okay, if you are doing Paytm model right now, why don't we do it? Why don't you, as our guiding light, you take us through the whole process, complete model till calculating the intrinsic value of per share of Paytm, which we have already started. Like, if we have begun the model, why don't we finish it, or you
It
finish
will
it?
be like that only. It will
Yeah.
be like that only. That
And
is
then
the
you give us
reason.
one company, and for which we should be able to do it on our own based on our understanding that we developed while looking at you doing Paytm model, right?
So that is what I'm saying. You do it parallelly. You do it parallelly. In last class, I told everybody to just capture the information. Nobody actually tried. So then what I'm doing, I'm going to complete that. But unless and until you do it, you won't be able to understand what practical challenges you face there. So that is one point. Another point is, I don't know. I mean, there are some, I think I might have been into a different level. That's why I'm looking at these things. If I just talk about this attachment in this thing, I have clicked on this. This is a project, right? So a project, if you just see, one second, I mean, just see. What is the project? Create 2-slide profile of any listed company. Presentation should be similar to template provided. All charts should be editable and have Excel backup. Objective: to be able to create a professional 2-page profile of a company similar to those done in investment bank today. 2 weeks for submission. Please refer to Blue Nile PDF file. Just come back. I mean, yeah, this is the project Blue file. If you just look at, this is the slide which you have to create for a new company. What help somebody can do? I mean, try and understand. I'm not saying that there is some issue, but the point is, instructions are pretty much clear. Don't you see how many of you are there who can't understand what is there? This is something which is expected, and this is the PDF file with 2 pages. You have to create. You have to pick up the company.
Yeah, but we are still in the process of understanding how the projections are to be made. And in this
it
slide,
is not about projection, dear. It is not about projection.
We are supposed to do projections, right, in this Excel.
So don't jump to the objective. I mean, what I'm doing, I'm forecasting is all about projections.
Yes. So once we understand that, then we can come back and do this project, right?
No, I mean, there is nothing in this project to be, you have to wait for somebody to complete forecast. This is a plain exercise where you have to, how you have to do it. Let's talk about Paytm. This is the presentation. This is the PowerPoint presentation. You just have to open, put slide, and just look at the company overview. You can go to this thing, your prospectus, and on the prospectus you will get business description. You just read and put it there.
So this exercise is more a subjective thing, but there are
yes.
other ones
I'm
also.
saying, tell me what is there, which one do you want to talk about? There would not be much issues related to these topics: financial analysis, introduction to financial analysis, because even if these are videos, just go through that video. It will be by either some of the professionals like me. And then let's wait. This is the presentation quiz. This is the quiz, right? So this was attempted by you. You actually did 16 right. So this is done. This every this is one module which is basically introduction to financial analysis. And in the financial analysis, you are these are videos, which is quite evident. This is the presentation, quiz for introduction, project on financial analysis. This is the same project. Now I'm going back. Project to the financial analysis. These are the additional reading material. This is also reading material. I think this is not the one where you can find. Now go back to
after the projections, we are going to go the research report. Well, completing the research
yes,
report.
that is what I'm saying. My total focus is on I mean, doing this exercise practically. That's the reason I'm
So first we do the projections and doing the valuation, and then we creating the presentation, right?
Yes, exactly. So you need to understand this course is designed in 3 levels. I don't know if somebody has talked about it or not. The level 1 is basically these are the topics which are going to be covered. Evaluation, I'll just touch upon this, don't worry. Financial statement preparation, forecasting of the financial model, introduction to financial modeling. So these all topics would have been covered by somebody who actually took these classes. Introduction to financial analysis is one part where we cover ratio analysis and other stuff. Then moving back to your evaluation is something we'll talk about later. Excel. In Excel, you can look into couple of videos. These are custom lists, how you use goal seek, pivot table, scenario, consolidation, data cleaning, data manipulation, basic Excel data functions. You just go through these videos, you will have better idea. It requires a bit of effort. Please, and all these topics, if you want, there are sessions also, but all sessions which somebody will take will cover few sections. How keyboard shortcuts. I was insisting you F4 is a shortcut to repeat. So that ways. Spell check is F7. Somebody would have, I mean, if you just do one thing, open an Excel, start pressing F1, F2, F3, till F9, you will see that these functions are basically taking to you a new level. Now for custom formatting, date and time, HLOOKUP, VLOOKUP, if indirect function, tables in Excel, these are videos which can be easily seen. And now this is the class activity. Once you go through videos, you will realize what is there. Then you can look into this presentation all in class. This is in class activity. So what is there? You have this data. Sorry, you cannot download. There is some issue. I'll just look into it where it is. Yes. So what needs to be done? You have to actually apply those functions there. And this is the class activity which somebody would have taken for some reason. If you want to apply a if condition to it, I mean, I because I'm not right now just giving you a sense what is there. And then this is the charts data pack. So this is what create a bar chart, right? So I mean, I don't know how you will take it, but try attempting these things. And once you attempt these trying single series chart, you just have to go to here and look at insert. You will get the chart. Where is the chart? Recommended chart. You want a bar chart. This is what you are looking at. Sorry, why there is some issue. 1 second. So my point here is, I know, I don't know. This is something which can be done by you without anyone's help. where you are facing challenge, we can have one particular doubt clearing session after my financial forecasting classes. That I can tell them to do, but who will take the lead to actually have jotting all the doubts and sending to me? Can somebody take responsibility to jot down all the doubts? Otherwise, it will be like Panchami will tell me that this is my doubt. I'll clear that her doubt. After that, somebody will get time or not. You collate all the doubts. We'll have a doubt session. Don't
We
worry.
have a group. Everyone can post there, and then we can.
So I'm not part of that WhatsApp group, and I will not be, because I am getting so during the day, weekdays, I won't get much time. On the weekends, because if 20-30 people will post messages, I don't have that much of time to go through all the messages, and it's better you just prepare someone, collate, you use that platform, collate that and send it to me. I'll take it one by one. If it requires 2 sessions, I'm ready to do that.
So we have a doubt. We should have a doubt session afterwards.
So that will definitely happen. That happens every time. You are into the level 1 only, and level 1 will end once I will complete a financial model.
Okay.
Before
so
that, what you have covered, yeah.
Panchami can collate the doubts. All the doubts
I'm more
that
than
people
happy
are
to
posting
take
on
that
that
doubt
group.
session. Yeah,
I can.
I mean,
yeah. So it's done that, all of us will post in that group, and she will collate it and will send it to you and Malik, so that then you guys can decide, Malik and you, that how and when you will take that session.
Malik is not here. You have to tell him that we need a doubt session, and because I don't have authority to commit anything, but doubt sessions are happening. I took so many doubt sessions. It is not possible to have no doubts. Better would be to clarify during the session. If not, then we can have a specific doubt session. No doubt.
All the doubts are collated by Panchami, like in the next 1 or 2 days. Then maybe she can mail the doubt, and she can thank you.
So that can be done. I mean, but honestly, I mean, you should be forthcoming. That's why I'm saying it. Make it an interactive session. Only 2 people are talking. In first session, if I'm not clear, if you think I need to give deliver things again and again, I will do that.
All are not interactive because we are not so sure of it. So all are like.
No, Panchami, let me ask you one simple question. In last 2 sessions, what I discussed, do you see any challenge in that?
So actually, first session I attended, last class I only attended the half class. There were some connectivity issues, so I couldn't.
But you can get the recordings as well, no?
Yeah,
so you can
I
go
through it. Yeah.
Right? So, so what and believe me, I'm covering the topics, but covering in a way where I'm not making it like I'm just looking at the presentation and delivering the lecture. I'm practically doing it because I know there were few, I mean, Malik and Chandan. Chandan is the one who actually to whom I interact. So Chandan gave me this idea that there is some confusion in the batch. So you just first talk to them, what is their issues, and then you start. And that is precisely and exactly I did in the first session.
So to understand it, the flow of the building a financial model, first we look for the revenue drivers, and then like that. If you can tell us the steps, then we have an idea like what all was covered, and
that is what exactly I'm doing it. I'm following the process. In the initial class, I just talked about what all you need to do to understand the business, right? So if there is still any doubt, the first thing is, how do you look at things? You try and understand things first, right? So we are, when we started talking about Paytm, I haven't started capturing the data from first instance. We discussed that. I mean, it's not that we discussed only Paytm. We discussed a lot of other companies as well.
Yeah.
So
Infosys was
what
discussed.
we thought all about it is actually what we done in the corporate world, right? What
Yes, exactly. So if we, I mean, yeah, that's what exactly we do. I mean, for Paytm, or we talked about how we charge revenue, what, how, and to for whom. That is what we discussed in detail.
Sir, can I say something?
Don't worry. Yeah.
Apurva
Yeah,
here.
Apurva. Yep.
Yes, sir. Actually, the problem is I am not sure about the others, but I think the level 1 that we had, like the sessions we had before, so there was a bit of a flow issue, I think. So we what I feel is we have learned so many things like equity and firm valuations. There were 2 or 3 sessions, and corporate strategy and so many other sessions. So what happened was, I think I understood them, but I'm not able to apply them. Like, what are we doing with those things here in the Excel sheet? So what I'm asking you is, can you please uh, like help us? How are we progressing? Like in the last session that Abhishek sir took us, he was teaching us how to like how do we find out the revenue triggers. I think I don't remember the right word. So he was telling us what is the revenue driver. Yes, the revenue driver.
Yeah, that is what
Yes.
that is what Apurva.
Apurva, yes, sir.
Apurva, that is precisely we did in the last class. This is, see, the name of revenue model. These
Yes,
are
sir.
these are basically the operating drivers. See, you call it operating drivers, you call it revenue drivers. Both are same.
Yes, sir. So he was teaching us how do we find out for a particular sector. Honestly, I was not able to do it very well. So he told us that no, we will go through with this, but unfortunately he couldn't do it. So you took the Paytm model, which is actually much better because we are able to see the revenue drivers here. But I think we are not able to connect whatever we have learned so far and with this, like the Excel thing and the theoretical things that we studies, we are not able to link those two. So if someone can help
there's
us
a
do that.
corporate strategy like with Abhishek thought about Porter's 5 force model, bargaining
Yeah.
force, right? So it is helpful in creating that research report for Paytm. So how do we apply
Yeah.
that corporate strategy? That is a theoretical thing.
Okay.
So you should also tell that
Actually, my dear friends, I will suggest you one thing. Start following. I mean, I think you are not able to follow a few things. Change your thought process. I mean, this is something which I started with and will always talk about this. Why I'm saying, don't look at this. See, this is what actually the expectation setting is wrong. You are, if you read something, look at from this example, all of you know how to drive a car, right? I mean, even if somebody doesn't know, don't worry about that. We all know how to drive a car.
Yes, sir.
Is it important that whether it is of Maruti, Hyundai, Kia, or someone, you know how to drive? That's all. You just need a car, right? So driving is important, or your car is important. So that is what I'm saying. If you have now, let's just talk about Porter's analysis. Porter is a 5 force analysis. Even I don't know what is there in that. But for understanding a business, what is important? What is its strengths, right? So you have done that analysis for yourself as well. If you go for an interview, somebody will ask, what is your strength? What is your weakness? What are the threats and what are the opportunities? These are the 4 things. I might be talking about wrong thing. I'm talking about SWOT analysis. Sorry, Porter 5 forces is just about a competitive scenario. So what we are talking over there? Just give me points. Porter's 5 forces. I'm just going to talk.
Entry to barriers.
Yeah. One second. Yeah. One second.
Yeah.
it is very, very important to actually start thinking from a different point of view. First is entry to
barriers.
Entry to enter barriers.
No,
entry
barriers to entry.
barriers.
Sorry, barriers. Sorry,
It is
sorry.
entry barriers.
Yeah,
You can
barriers to entry,
Right.
whatever. Yeah, and then
Bargaining power of buyers.
Yeah.
There is a problem, I think.
Sorry, guys. I mean, I don't know. There is some issue. I'm getting dropped. So yeah. So we were talking about entries to barrier, right? So can anyone tell me what is it possible to start Paytm type of a business from tomorrow? Am I audible?
Yes, yes, sir.
Yeah. So is it possible for, I mean, you, me, to tomorrow we'll decide that we'll start a business? Is it possible?
No, sir.
Okay. Why do you think it is not possible?
Competition barrier.
Because there are already people, businesses
Because
that are existing.
there is a lot of cash burn that
The network effect for
and
the
a lot of investment will be required, which is
the
not
net
everybody's
effect.
cup of tea. So big investors have already spent a lot of money, big funds, so they have huge deep pockets, which so they could afford to give life to such an idea. But
Actually,
if
people
somebody
are very
like,
used to
yeah,
another type of like Paytm, Google Pay, so it's very
Okay.
difficult.
Okay. Let me tell you one small thing. One very basic thing. You are giving me all the right answers. But don't you think that before starting such a business, you need an RBI permission?
yes.
So don't you think investment, what do you want? You want an app. You want an app, my dear. App, how many people are there on this group? Just a second. I mean, I look at things at a very different level. Why? Because I've changed my thought process. And I'm again and again say that just look at, because unless and until you jot it down, write all Porter's points, think about Paytm, put your points in that, then think whether this makes sense or not. Entry to barrier, it's not about money. I think we can contribute a small amount and become an investor. I think there are 30 people on this group. 30 people are there. If we spend 20,000, the amount would be 6 lakh rupees. And somebody will design and devise, what do you call, make an app for you in 6 lakhs. Investment, just put 50K. You will be the investor. But the point is, unless and until you get permission from RBI, you cannot start payment services. I think so. There could be a loophole. Because WhatsApp is also offering a payment services. Whether they have that permission or not, I don't know. But entry to barrier for Paytm is going to give Paytm a commanding position if it is high. If it is high, high means not everybody can start Paytm business. Then the people who are running that business, be it 3, 4, 5, will have the advantage. It is going to be a monopoly, oligopoly, whatever kind of poly it is. But the point, what I'm saying is, those are practical things. If Porter has done something in, I think he devised this method in 1970s. Have you heard about Benjamin Graham's name? He was the mentor of Warren Buffett. Books have been written in 18th century. And those principles we are following means they actually thought that. So all factors which we read, unless and until we remap it to the current business, when you read a report, what they are going to talk about, they are not going to talk about that Porter's 5 points. You just put, these are the problems. You will talk about them, but not from an point of view. You will talk about from Paytm point of view. So it's just that we are not able to change our thought process. We know everything, guys. You guys are good analysts. You took a call, you joined Emarticus, you paid some amount. That was a decision. And decision making or taking decision is a role of an analyst. And if you don't understand, I mean, don't be Hanumanji. I'm not religion specifically talking about. I'm saying if you don't know your qualities, you have all the qualities. It's just that you don't know. The only, I don't want to make it a motivational lecture here. It is not a motivational lecture. It's just that you just look at the brochure. The course is designed into 3 phases. First phase is your basic phase, level 1, where we talk about introduction to financial analysis. Is nothing. It just talks about ratios. It talks about how you should look at the financials. And then you actually, I mean, Abhishek would have done that. Or if I assign a company on day 1 and we do everything with that company. We capture the historicals. Once we capture the historical, we do the ratio analysis on that. And ratio analysis is not about calculation. Calculation part was there in the graduation level. ठीक है, तो पॉइंट यहाँ पे ये है कि change your thought process. You don't have to. You are coming to Emarticus to know what all skills are, how to apply those skills. किताब तो आप भी पढ़ लो, YouTube में चले जाओ, आपको मुझसे ज्यादा बेटर लेक्चर डिलीवर करने वाले लोग मिल जाएंगे. पर प्रैक्टिकल एक्सपोजर की बात नहीं करता कोई भी. YouTube में एक इंसान आपको नहीं मिलेगा जो आपको हिस्टोरिकल कैप्चर करके मॉडल बना के दिखा दे. मैं कोई अपनी तारीफ नहीं कर रहा हूं, मैं सिर्फ आपसे ये कह रहा हूं कि अपना थॉट प्रोसेस चेंज कर लो. डोंट माइंड. आई एम कैरिंग एन एक्सपीरियंस ऑफ 18 years. आई लर्नड बाय डूइंग थिंग्स. अगर आप एक ऑब्जेक्टिव टाइप एग्जाम में, हो सकता है अभी आप मुझे बोलोगे ना कि ये वाला लेवल 1 का ये वाला इवैल्यूएशन वाला कर लो, शायद मैं भी फेल हो जाऊं. कोई बात नहीं, तो वो दैट इज नॉट एन एंड ऑफ द वर्ल्ड. मुझे कॉन्सेप्ट पता होना चाहिए. मुझे मालूम है कि जो मैं कर रहा हूं, मुझे बिजनेस एवेल्युएट करना आना चाहिए। कैसे बिजनेस को एवेल्युएट करना, मुझे पहले पता होना चाहिए कि वो करते क्या है। दे आर इनटू पेमेंट सर्विसेज, राइट। अगर मैं उसके चारों तरफ बात करता रहूं तो बात अलग है। फिर वो बिजनेस कैसे करते हैं, कैसे मतलब उनके लिए ट्रांजेक्शन इंपॉर्टेंट है। तो वही डेटा हमने कैप्चर किया है फाइलिंग्स में से, और फाइलिंग्स में से कैप्चर नहीं करेंगे तो पता ही नहीं चलता। एनुअल में डेटा अलग देते हैं, क्वार्टर में अलग डेटा देते हैं, और आपका काम है ये करना। प्रेजेंटेशंस में जो है आपको मैं ओपन करके दिखा सकता हूं, जो हम डिस्कस कर रहे हैं वो वहां पे वो तो थ्योरेटिकल है। वो अगर हम यहाँ बात करने लगेंगे तो पता है कैसे क्लास होगी। मैं आपको आप देखिए आपको बता, फिर ना मेरे लिए तो आसान है वो, मेरे लिए बहुत आसान है। वेयर इज दिस इज द क्लास, राइट। अब हम चले जाते हैं एक बार के लिए। तो आप लोग बार बार अगर ये कहोगे कि इमार्टिकस नहीं कर रहा, कर एक्चुअली हमें ही करना है, इमार्टिकस नहीं करेगा कुछ भी। ये आ जाते हैं यहाँ, ठीक है। ये दिस इज द फाइनेंशियल मॉडलिंग। अब ये वीडियोस आप देख लो, जो मैं बातें कर रहा हूँ ये वीडियोस में वही बातें की हुई है। इसमें हो सकता है एक वीडियो गलत भी लिंक मिलेगा आपको। अब मुझे नहीं पता, शायद उन्होंने ठीक कर दिया होगा। अब जैसे हम आ जाते हैं, ये है क्लास प्रेजेंटेशन, ठीक है। क्लास प्रेजेंटेशन के अंदर अगर आप देखोगे तो ये बात कर रहे हैं ऑब्जेक्टिव ऑफ फोरकास्टिंग। तो वो क्यों करते हैं फोरकास्टिंग, सबको पता है, ठीक है। ये सब बातें आप यहाँ से देख लोगे। मैं अगर इन पे अगर टाइम खराब करूंगा तो मुझे ज्यादा कुछ नहीं मिलेगा। हमने बात की है स्टेप ऑफ फोरकास्टिंग एज एन आउटसाइडर, स्टडी द बिजनेस मॉडल, वो हमने बात की है। आइडेंटिफाई द की ड्राइवर्स, दैट इज व्हाट वी डिड फॉर पेटीएम। कैलकुलेट वैल्यूएशन मैट्रिक्स एंड रेशियोज एंड ऑब्जर्व देयर बिहेवियर। यूज जजमेंट टू फोरकास्ट द ड्राइवर्स, वो हम तब बात करेंगे ना जब हम कॉन्फ्रेंस कॉल सुनेंगे। आइडेंटिफाई ड्राइवर्स, ये अंडरस्टैंड द इंटर रिलेशनशिप बिटवीन फाइनेंशियल वेरिएबल्स, दैट इज व्हाट वी डिड हियर। ऐसा नहीं है कि हम कर नहीं रहे हैं। ये देखो, ये हमने किया था, हमने ये रेवेन्यू के लिए टेक रेट कैलकुलेट किया है। ये टेक रेट कैलकुलेट किया है जीएमवी के बेसिस पे, जो हम रेवेन्यू जनरेट कर रहे हैं। तो दिस इज व्हाट वी आर आइडेंटिफाइंग दैट एज वो ये चीज, ठीक है। अब आप थोड़ा मैं इसलिए कह रहा हूं कि आसान है दूसरे पर डालना, पर आप अपने एंड पे क्या करने जा रहे हो ये तो आप खुद भी देख सकते हो ना। अगर मैं इसी को रिपीट करूंगा तो डू यू थिंक इट इज गोइंग टू बी ऑफ एनी हेल्प टू यू? ये सारी चीजें देखो, मैं आपको वही एक एक चीज देखो। इनपुट ये देखिए, साइन, फिक्स प्राइस, कॉन्ट्रैक्ट प्राइस, ऑर्डर, ये सब बिजनेस स्पेसिफिक हैं। देन मूविंग आउट टू, हमने बात की थी कंपनी प्रेजेंटेशन, प्रेस रिलीज एंड अर्निंग कॉल की थी ना हमने बात। अब मैं ये प्रेजेंटेशन दिखा के जो बोलूं उससे बेटर है कि मैं ये देखो, ये वाली ये कंपनीज हैं जिनके बारे में हमें रेवेन्यू मॉडल के बारे में बात करनी चाहिए थी। ये हम कर रहे हैं प्रैक्टिकली। हम ये प्राइस टू वॉल्यूम जो है हमने बात की थी, तो ये सब यहाँ रिटर्न है, आप इसको रीड करो। अगर आप अच्छे बच्चे तो करते थे, मैं अच्छा बच्चा नहीं हूँ कि क्लास से पहले पढ़कर आते थे ताकि उनको समझ में आए। क्योंकि हम बाद में पढ़ेंगे तो हमें हमारे फिर भी डाउट होंगे, तो डाउट हम आगे क्लियर करेंगे। तो ये प्रेजेंटेशन में जो चीजें हो रही हैं, जैसे मैंने कहा नेचर समझना है, हमने बात की है इसकी, पर मैंने प्रैक्टिकली बात की है कि फिक्स्ड कॉस्ट है, वेरिएबल है, सेमी वेरिएबल है, तो एजम्पशंस कैसे करनी है ये बातें हमने की हैं। अब आप इसको पढ़ोगे और मेरे वाले लेक्चर को देखोगे तो आपको शायद डिस्कनेक्ट लग सकता है, पर वो डिस्कनेक्ट इसलिए नहीं है क्योंकि आप इसको बाद में पढ़ रहे हो। आप साथ साथ पढ़ो। मेरे लिए अगर आप चाहते हो कि मैं इनको डिस्कस करूं पहले, तो फिर मेरे लिए मुझे जितना टाइम एलोकेट हुआ है उसका डबल टाइम लगेगा, क्योंकि ये ज्यादा इंपॉर्टेंट है, ये काम आएगा। वो तो आप कल भी पढ़ लोगे, मेरी जरूरत ही नहीं है इसको, तो रात को कभी चला के देख लिया। हमने ये बात की थी डेप्रिसिएशन मॉडल की, ये मेथड में डिस्कस करूंगा कैसे कैलकुलेट करते हैं, मुझे ये क्या है वो पता चल जाएगा। और आधी चीजें प्रैक्टिकल ओरिएंटेड होनी चाहिए। आप डोंट गेट वरीड अबाउट कि हम जो पढ़ रहे हैं वो हम, आप सिर्फ फोकस ये रखो कि जो हम पढ़ रहे हैं उसे अप्लाई कैसे करना है। वो एप्लीकेशन के एग्जांपल्स मुझसे पूछो, तब तो आपके लिए रियल एडवांटेज है। अदरवाइज आपके लिए ये खत्म हो गया फोरकास्टिंग प्रोजेक्शन। ये कितनी स्लाइड है मुझे नहीं पता, आप वापस 60 लाइनें, आप इसके अंदर वापस आओ, इसके अंदर अभी हम ये चीज करेंगे। ये कहाँ गया, ये रहा स्पेसिफिक लाइन आइटम्स। दिस इज व्हाट एग्जैक्टली वी आर डूइंग, अंडरस्टैंडिंग द वेरिएबल्स। ये हम एक्चुअल में करेंगे। तो आप पहले क्या हुआ है, अगर वो छूट भी गया है तो भी मैं आपसे ये कहूंगा कि आप इस पेटीएम कंपनी के हिस्टोरिकल्स को कैप्चर करो जहां तक मैंने किए हैं। वरना मैं चाहता हूं कि आप मुझे ये एक्सेल दे दो, मुझे, मैं तो सिर्फ यहाँ पे काम करना शुरू करूं। मैं ये सब इसलिए दिखा रहा हूं क्योंकि ये सब चीजें इंपॉर्टेंट है। ब्लू कलर में मैंने बात की थी कि हम ब्लू कलर में सब डालेंगे जो हार्ड पेस्ट होगा। इनकम को हम पॉजिटिव शो करेंगे, एक्सपेंसेस को हम नेगेटिव शो करेंगे। सम करते वक्त कर लो आप सम, मुझे कोई परेशानी नहीं है, आप यहाँ पे कर लो सम। ये दिस इज ऑल्सो राइट, दिस इज नॉट रॉन्ग। आप यू जस्ट कम हियर एंड ये नंबर रिजल्ट तो सेम ही आएगा। पर द प्रॉब्लम इज कि जब भी आप यहाँ कोई लाइन इंट्रोड्यूस करोगे तो, और आपने बाई चांस यहाँ पे एज ए परसेंटेज कैलकुलेट कर लिया रेवेन्यू का, तो होगा क्या कि ये वाला नंबर चेंज हो जाए। तो इसलिए मैं कह रहा हूं कि बेटर है हम ये यूज करें। तो वो इसलिए है क्योंकि मैंने एक्सपीरियंस से सीखा है कि अगर मैं ये अप्रोच यूज करूंगा तो मेरी गलती होने के चांसेस है। दो तरीके से हम मिस्टेक्स को अवॉइड कर सकते हैं। वन, या तो हम कीप ऑन क्रॉस चेकिंग जैसे हम कर रहे हैं। मैं बात कर रहा हूं कि हमने सम किया दो नंबर्स का, तो मैं इमीडिएटली जाकर देख लूं कि ये नंबर सेम आ रहा है कि नहीं आ रहा। बाई चांस मेरे जैसा एब्सेंट माइंडेड क्या करता है, 10,684 लिख देता है। ठीक है, होता है। तो नंबर क्या हो गया, ये नंबर हो गया 11,165। दिस विल result into my different loss or profit, then all the calculation based on this number will be error. अब मैं बाद में चेक करूं, बेटर है मैंने दो नंबर ऐड किए हैं उसको देख लूं। तो आइडियली ऐसे गलतियां होती हैं। सो आई थिंक डाउट सेशन होना चाहिए, और डाउट सेशन के केस में आप सॉरी I might have overboarded, but nothing personal. But my point here is we all are professionals, and we are, money is not important. Money is not important at all. What is important is time. So if
सर आपने अभी तक जो बोला है वो सही है, लेकिन क्या हुआ है ना, बिगिनिंग से जब भी हम लोग बोलते थे कि अपूर्वा शायद पार्टिसिपेंट्स में है, सो शी हैज रेज्ड द क्वेश्चन सेवरल टाइम्स कि ऐसा ऐसा एलएमएस में ऐसा ऐसा प्रोजेक्ट है, व्हाट डू आई डू और हाउ डू आई डू। सो एवरी टाइम वी गॉट टू नो कि ठीक है मैं मलिक से कोऑर्डिनेट करता हूँ, उसके बाद मैं बताता हूँ आई विल डू एंड विल कोऑर्डिनेट। ये आई विल डू एंड आई विल कोऑर्डिनेट, ये दोनों वर्ड के बीच हम लोग फंस गए और कुछ नहीं। और अभी तक जो भी हुआ है थियोरेटिकल बेसिस हुआ है, प्रैक्टिकल में सिर्फ 2 क्लास हुए हैं आपके आने से पहले, और बाकी जो क्लासेस हुए हैं एक्सेल एंड पावर पॉइंट का हुए हैं प्रैक्टिकल। सो यू कैन से प्रीटी मच वी हैव स्टार्टेड।
ठीक है, दैट इज, मैंने पहले दिन ही ये सब चीजें समझना चाहा था कि क्या क्या हो गया है। और किसी ने बोला था, मैं मानता हूं इस बात को, somebody asked about कि हमें एलएमएस में इवैल्यूएशन में कुछ इश्यूज हैं। मैंने यही कहा था कि इवैल्यूएशन जो है वो आपका एक्चुअली एरिया है, आपको उसको अटेम्प्ट करने के बाद डाउट्स की तरह क्लियर तो कर सकते हैं। अदरवाइज इफ आई विल सॉल्व दैट देन इट इज नॉट गोइंग टू हेल्प। तो हम प्रैक्टिकली बात करें। मैं ये नहीं कह रहा कि पहले वाले ने ठीक नहीं किया था या मैं बहुत अच्छा करूंगा। मैं जो कर रहा हूं वो इसलिए कर रहा हूं कि आप लोगों को उसका रियल बेनिफिट मिले। मैंने तो अपना नंबर भी दे दिया था भाई, मुझसे अगर कोई बात हो मुझे मैसेज डालकर आप बात कर सकते हो। मुझे टाइम थोड़ा मेरे लिए परेशानी है क्योंकि मंडे टू फ्राइडे आई एम 100% ऑक्यूपाइड, और वीकेंड्स पे मैं ये क्लासेस लेता हूं सिर्फ इसीलिए कि कुछ प्रैक्टिकल एक्सपोजर का बेनिफिट पीपल विल गेट। अदरवाइज व्हेन यू डू इट, आपने गाड़ी चलाना सीखा होगा तो मैं नहीं कहूंगा कि भाई टकराने से ही आप गाड़ी चलाना सीखे होंगे, पर मेरा कहने का मतलब है कि छोटा मोटा हल्का फल्का इधर उधर तो लग जाता है ना, राइट। फिर आप एक्सपर्ट बनते हो, तब आप तभी आपको समझ में आता है ना कि कैसे करना है। तो गाड़ी चलाना इज इंपॉर्टेंट, कौन सी गाड़ी चला रहे हो इज नॉट इंपॉर्टेंट, because you know how to drive. If you know how to drive, then it hardly matters whether you are driving even now EV चला रहे हो या basically कौन से फ्यूल से चलने वाली गाड़ी चला रहे हो, वो भी इंपॉर्टेंट नहीं है, सिर्फ टेक्निक इंपॉर्टेंट है, स्किल्स इंपॉर्टेंट है, दैट्स ऑल। और हमें मालूम है, हम सिर्फ सोच नहीं रहे हैं। चेंज योर थॉट प्रोसेस, थॉट प्रोसेस इज इंपॉर्टेंट, चेंज इट, start thinking what could be the objective, because objective oriented approach नहीं है, हम नहीं कर पाते, हमारा सिस्टम ऐसा है, एजुकेशन हमें दी गई है। मैं नहीं कहना चाहता बहुत सारी चीजें, क्योंकि हमारा एजुकेशन सिस्टम हमें पहले पढ़ने को सिखाता है, नॉलेज इज इम्पोर्टेंट, पर हम उसको प्रैक्टिकली अप्लाई नहीं करते हैं, प्रैक्टिकली ओरिएंटेड नहीं है, इसीलिए हमें चैलेंजेस आते हैं। आप में से, आप की ही नहीं बात, जब मैंने भी स्टार्ट किया था तो मैंने भी एनुअल रिपोर्ट कभी तो पहली बार खोल के देखी थी, तो वो फर्स्ट टाइम तो सबको करना पड़ेगा। रिपोर्ट लिखना, राइटिंग इज अ पेन, हर आदमी का नेचुरल टैलेंट नहीं है। मुझे आप कहोगे हमें ऐसे क्यों बचपन में लिखाए जाते थे, वो हमारी राइटिंग एबिलिटी क्रिएट करने के लिए लिखाए जाते थे। अब अगर आपने बचपन में एसेज लिखे हैं तो आप किसी कंपनी के बारे में ऐसे लिखना है, आप लिख दो। अब अगर कर सको तो मैं आपसे कहूंगा कि आप पेटीएम पे एक ऐसे लिख लो, उस ऐसे में क्या क्या होना चाहिए वो हमें पता है, हाउ टू राइट एन ऐसे, एंड देन जस्ट रिप्लेस ऐसे फॉर पेटीएम। चीजें बहुत सिंपल है, बहुत बहुत सिंपल है। आई मीन आई डोंट सी एनी चैलेंज एट ऑल, क्योंकि हम तो कुछ कर ही नहीं रहे भाई, हमारा तो सब कुछ हमें मिला हुआ है। वी आर जस्ट प्रोसेसिंग द इंफॉर्मेशन। इंफॉर्मेशन सोर्स भी करनी हो सकती है, वो दैट इज गोइंग टू बी द फर्स्ट स्टेज। वंस यू हैव द इंफॉर्मेशन, यू जस्ट हैव टू प्रोसेस एंड टेक अ कॉल। आई होप एनफ ज्ञानबाजी हो गई। ज्ञानबाजी इज नॉट इम्पोर्टेंट, सॉरी गाइज, डोंट माइंड इट, बट रियली मैं बोलना चाहता हूँ, मैंने जब ऑनेस्टली जब स्टार्ट किया था तो मुझे एक्सेल में नंबर नहीं डालने आते थे, पर मुझे सिखाने वाला भी कोई नहीं था। आज हमारे पास ऑप्शंस हैं, तो एफर्ट हमें खुद करना पड़ेगा। स्पून फीडिंग।
Before we proceeding with this revenue model, I don't know whether anyone of you have done this along with you. If someone has done, if they can just share it in the group, we can build it along with you.
That is what I precisely told last time. Yeah. Even if somebody doesn't have, I'm saying you will get that recording. Take recording, run behind Malik's live, ask him to upload videos. Take that video, look at that video. You don't have to look at for 4 hours. You know which sections are important. Where do you want to actually look at it? You will able to correlate. Do that exercise parallelly. That is what my suggestion and my request is.
Yeah.
So if you do that, even I can say that अभी क्योंकि मैंने लेट ज्वाइन किया है, अगर मैंने पहले ज्वाइन किया होता तो मैंने ग्रुप बनाए होते, ग्रुप बना के अलग अलग कंपनी दी होती, जिससे कि आपको इस ग्रुप को 4 कंपनी करने का मौका मिलता। आप मेरी बात समझ रहे हैं ना? तो बहुत सारी चीजें हैं जो हम कर सकते हैं, पर ऐसा नहीं है कि हम अगर शुरुआत करेंगे तो आगे भी बढ़ेंगे। So effort has to come from your side. That is what I always insist on. मुझे सीखना है तो मुझे ही करना पड़ेगा। मैं मूवी देख लूंगा, पर मूवी देखने के बाद भूल जाऊंगा। मूवी में भी तो आपको कुछ डायलॉग्स ही याद रहते हैं। तो I'm sorry, my dear friends. Easy to point out things. मुझे मालूम है, वो आपकी बात में भी मान रहा हूँ कि आप मुझे कहोगे कि मैं कहूँगा मलिक से बात कर लो, वहां पर मैं क्लास खत्म होने के बाद भूल जाऊंगा। तो पर रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी तो मेरी है नहीं है, मैं नहीं कह सकता, गलत शब्दों का इस्तेमाल मैं क्यों करूं। बट माय पॉइंट इज, जहां परेशानी है वो डाउट सेशन में हम क्लियर कर लेंगे। कोशिश करूंगा, मैं खुद भी बोल रहा हूँ कि शायद मैं अटेम्प्ट करूं, मैं ही फेल हो जाऊं। आप कहोगे ये कैसी बातें कह रहे हैं, सो दैट इज नॉट, मुझे भी सब कुछ नहीं आता यार, आई एम ऑल्सो लर्निंग। मैं उनमें से हूं, अगर मुझे नहीं आता तो मैं उसे सीख लेता हूँ। बस यही यही एक गो गेटर वाला एटीट्यूड है जो आपको भी बहुत आगे ले जाएगा। मैंने तो कहा ही नहीं कि आपको कॉमर्स बैकग्राउंड से होना चाहिए, क्योंकि मैं तो बेसिक चीजों की बात कर रहा हूँ। अगर आपको इंग्लिश पढ़नी आती है तो आप एनुअल रिपोर्ट पढ़ सकते हो, और इंग्लिश रीडिंग आई थिंक इज मस्ट। एटलीस्ट हम सॉरी गुलाम आजाद देश के गुलाम नागरिक हैं। I mean, we got independence 70 years back, but still working for the smart people. तो so अभी के लिए जो आपने कर लिया है, अगर कोई गैप भी है ना, ऑनेस्टली वो कवर हो जाएगा। कवर ऐसे हो जाएगा, आपने जो जो रेशोज या जो प्रैक्टिकली ओरिएंटेड चीजें आपको करनी चाहिए, पेटीएम पे अप्लाई करो, फिर बात करेंगे। हर कंपनी के नंबर्स अलग होंगे, तो हर कंपनी पे अप्लाई कर सकते हैं वो चीज। इसी की हम रिपोर्ट बनाएंगे, और पेटीएम पे ऐसे लिखना है, ऐसे इज योर रिपोर्ट। अब उसको अगर पीपीटी में प्रेजेंट करोगे तो इट विल बिकम अ 2 पेजर पीपीटी जो हम देख रहे थे। उसके लिए सैंपल चाहिए, सैंपल ऑनलाइन बहुत सारे हैं। कंपनी प्रोफाइलिंग, अगर किसी ने लैंडस्केप की बात की होगी तो बहुत बड़ा लैंडस्केप है, पर आप किस सेगमेंट, किस लैंडस्केप के किस पोर्शन में आप लैंड करोगे, अगर आप जॉब के पॉइंट ऑफ व्यू से देख रहे हो, तो मे बी देयर आर डिफरेंट एस्पेक्ट्स। सभी लोगों को क्या कहते हैं, मॉडलिंग करनी है, वैल्यूएशन करनी है। मॉडलिंग पहली स्टेज है, वैल्यूएशन सेकंड स्टेज है। हम फाइनेंशियल मॉडल बनाएंगे, वो मॉडल कंप्लीट करने के बाद हम उसकी वैल्यूएशन करेंगे। वो हम लेवल 2 में बात करते हैं, क्यों, कौन सी टेक्निक, क्या सी टेक्निक, कैसे, या पंचमी।
Yes, sir. So
ठीक है,
we'll just go through the video and we'll build it till this.
यस,
So today when we proceed the class, if you can summarize it, because I also couldn't attend, I was not able to go through the video also. So if you
ओके,
can just
नो इशू,
summarize and then
नो
proceed,
इश्यूज,
it will be much more comfortable.
definitely. Let give me a 15 minutes break. Let's meet at 2. And from I will cover what we discussed in first half an hour, and then I will try completing what I was planned for. ठीक है, पूरा नहीं होगा आज, क्योंकि अब हमारा टाइम थोड़ा सा इधर शिफ्ट हो गया है, पर आप अपने डाउट्स कोलेट कर लो, और बाकी हम फिर बात करते हैं। लेट्स टेक अ ब्रेक ऑफ 15 minutes, and then in second half I will first talk about what we discussed in last 2 sessions in half an hour, try to do a rapid fire round, and then I will take out few things which were planned for the day. ठीक है,
Okay, sir.
Yes, sir.
okay, don't worry. See, it's I don't know when you joined, you started, but it is a 6 months, it takes 3 to 4 months. So I'm there with you. Okay,
Okay, sir.
okay, let's meet at 2, and then I'll basically talk about some distinction, summary, and then move forward.
Okay.
Okay.
কাজ করছিল। আচ্ছা, URL গুড গুড। তা আগে কত যাবি কি অঙ্কনে বলছিল? ও আচ্ছা, তাহলে এটি ডিসাইড কর। হ্যাঁ, তাতে তো তাতে কি সঙ্গে রাজি করছে না? এটাই বললাম, এই বাইরে দাঁড়া আমার ওই ভাইটা ল্যান্ড করবে 3টা নাগাদ, তারপর ওর সাথে একবার কথা হচ্ছে। ভাই হচ্ছে আমার থেকে 6 বছরের ছোট, ছোট 16 বছরের ছোট। সেটা ছাড়াও এবারে অঙ্ক না আমাকে জিজ্ঞেস করছিল, ও বলে তারা 9টার মধ্যে ফিরতে হবে, বাড়ি গিয়ে ভাত খাবো। আরে ফিরবো না, থেকে যাবো সারা রাত। ও আচ্ছা আচ্ছা। সেটাই। ঠিক আছে, তাহলে এখানেই কোথাও খেয়ে দেখি কি হয় কি এবার সেই অনুযায়ী। ক্লাস শেষ 4টে। আমার পুরো প্যাক, মানে উঠলাম আর প্রায় 25-30 মিনিট যোগা করলাম, তারপরে কাজ শুরু করতে করতে খিলাম, এখন একটা 15 মিনিটের ব্রেক পেয়েছি, তোকে ফোন করলাম। উপায় না, কি করবো। আচ্ছা হ্যাঁ হ্যাঁ, আচ্ছা আমারও কাজ বাকি, কাজ করতে হবে। এখানে আবার বলছে এইসব কিসব প্রজেক্ট ফজেক্ট দিতে হবে, কখন করবো। হ্যাঁ হ্যাঁ হ্যাঁ, এই প্রজেক্ট মানে এই তোর এই ট্রেনিং এর প্রজেক্ট। ঠিক আছে। তোমার মাইকটা ওপেন আছে।
Hi guys.
Yes, sir.
Hello,
Yeah.
sir.
Yeah. Sorry, I'm late a bit. Okay. So what we decided, I will, I mean, I'm just reiterating what I understood. I will talk about what we discussed in last two classes. Is that right? Or is there anything else you would like me to talk about now?
No, sir. I think that is what everyone wants.
Okay. So one thing, please be in your mind, that we are doing this practice since our childhood. I mean, even if we're deciding to what we want to have as a dinner is also a decision. So it is actually, it just, we have to look at how we are applying that process of taking a decision to different things. Now, initially, whenever you, I mean, we call it financial research, we call it investment research. So in both are same, as financial related decisions are involved into it. We just do it in a particular manner. So when we are talking about that, we are into an investment research, means we are doing some research for our investment, I mean, investing our own fund. So first, what is important is to understand the business, and for that you need to actually know what exactly they are doing. We took an example of Paytm. Now I will take an example of some other business. Would you like to suggest any business which I will pick up? Any company name or something like that? You just
Yes.
give me a name.
Yeah. So there is one company called Sansera Engineering, which got listed this year itself.
Okay.
Actually, yeah, my maternal uncle works in there, and he has given a lot of. So the way he talked about the company, it looks like very fundamentally good company. So I just want to understand more about it. September 2021 is when the IPO happened, I guess. So we might get the prospectus and all also.
Okay.
So in the corona, one very important thing that he told me was that during corona, or because of corona, the company has grown like anything, because all the China orders have moved to India, like that. Yeah.
It's listed since 1986.
Okay.
See,
first PO. What is this PO?
Public offer.
Acha.
Okay, don't worry. I mean, we don't have to go into specifics for the time being. So formally, it was a gear rock forge. Okay, don't worry. See, I on the face of it, yeah. So what they are doing? What is important is what they are doing. Now I can understand that they are basically into a manufacturing. This is basically a well-diversified business, engineering and leadership relationship with well-known OEM is other equipment manufacturers. Okay, so this is basically a term used. Just a second, I'll just show you.
Yeah, it's original equipment manufacturer.
What happened? It got disconnected. There is some drop in Zoom network. I don't know why I'm getting dropped. Okay, so now on the face of it, I'm just asking, on the face of it, what do you think what these guys are doing? Hello?
Yeah, these guys are manufacturing parts of automotive parts and non-automotive parts, like cars वगैरह के जो parts होते हैं ना, वो बनाते हैं, engines बनाते हैं. Yeah, exactly.
Gears, something like clutches.
ये सारे, so इनके
Right.
clients वगैरह सब टेस्ला वगैरह वगैरह, तो जितने भी cars होते हैं, मोस्टली इनके जो इंजन्स होते हैं, मोस्ट ऑफ द कार्स ब्रांड्स के इंजन्स है, वो सारे ये लोग बनाते हैं. एंड नाउ दे आर आल्सो इनटू एरोस्पेस. एरोस्पेस के पार्ट्स भी बनाते हैं, एयरप्लेन के पार्ट्स.
ओके.
या एंड आई थिंक वो जो फर्स्ट पीओ जो दिख रहा है ना, आई बिलीव वो कुछ और है. शुड नॉट बी, maybe it could be like first purchase order receipt or something like that, because I can see news में कि वो अभी लिस्ट हुआ है September 2021.
ओके, कोई नहीं, देख लेंगे, कोई बात नहीं. That is fine. Medical implants under construction. Okay, these guys. Okay, so this company is basically Sansera. Wow. Okay, yeah, this company got listed on 24th September. That is fine. ठीक है जी, कोई बात नहीं. There is, this company is into operation business in 1981. Okay, now guys, let's discuss this in detail. Okay, so first I'll be asking you one simple question. What do you think this company is into, B2B or B2C?
B2B.
Okay, so if it is into B2B, then what do you think, which method in terms of bottoms up or top down is more suitable to it?
Top down.
Top down.
I think top down is the best approach.
Okay, so if it is the top down is the best, then how would you build up the structure?
We can we'll predict the automotive, let's say, if we are predicting the automotive revenue, so we'll predict the automotive sales. We'll know what are the predictions.
First automotive production.
Yeah.
Then we can go what's the best stage, and then we go for automotive sales. We can
one by one.
Yeah. Whosoever, Piyush can go on. Yeah.
Yeah, first in automotive, we can get how much the production for that automotive. After for production, there could be some wastage. So how much will be the actual productivity for that automotive at 90% or 95%? Then we can go for sales, how much they are in stock and how much they have sold to their customers.
But this is not basically the top-down approach.
Yeah, actually, it's just a what it's founded in 1981, but its IP and all is just now happened, no? So better it's like bottom up approach, no? We can just we can know its capacity.
Yes, we can find out the capacity of the current capacity,
Yeah.
or yes, maybe a slight top-down approach will be applicable, because we have to know the sectorial capacity of the automotive industry, and how this particular company is placed within the sector. So maybe a bit mix of both is required.
See, first of all, we understand what these guys are doing. They are into manufacturing, right? So when we know that they are into a particular type of a manufacturing, we can use bottoms up approach, but we don't know whether they are able to, how, okay, generally, let me ask one basic question. Do you know how these businesses operate?
Yeah, I mean, they get orders from these OEMs.
Exactly.
Yes. Order book, yes.
So that is what, yeah. So Ehsan, it is not like that they actually produce first and then they go to somebody that please buy my stuff, right? So first they get the order and then they start manufacturing. So what is important is, for most of the B2B businesses, we actually drive our revenue using either order book. If we are using order book also, it is going to be a bottoms up approach. I mean, how many orders are there, by when we can execute. So this is something which, so how it operates, we have an orders, right? Let's take this company has an order book of 100 crores, right? So and we know that they are able to convert this within a year, right? So at the end of the year, how much would be the basically order book? Yeah, backlog I can call.
Yes, backlog.
Right?
Closing backlog.
So next year, what will happen? These companies will have their sales officers who go to the companies and take more orders. ऐसा तो है नहीं कि if they are manufacturing for automotives, so they are going to get one order and then after that they won't get. So let's say they are getting next year they got an order for this 200 crores, and their capacity, they have the similar capacity, right? So if they have the similar capacity, then what will happen? The opening order backlog plus your order book, right? Ideally they should execute that, but they don't have that capacity. So what they are doing, they are actually executing at a 50% rate, right?
Yes.
So if they know that they got a big order, obviously they will put up expand their capacity and use 50%, because कुछ time भी लगेगा. ऐसा तो है नहीं कि it is like a switching on a button and your work will done, right? So अगर मैं ये कहूँ कि they are able to execute based on So next year का backlog क्या होगा? My total order minus my, right? Clear? हमने पिछले साल का 50 करोड़ एडजस्ट किया यहाँ पे और इसमें से किया तो 150 बच गया. अब this is the beauty of B2B business. How do we drive our business? We drive our business through order book. So we get orders, we execute that order. It is not possible for us to execute all the orders in a month, in a year. So that's why we calculate a bill to book ratio or book to bill ratio. Means the order which I'm getting, sorry, it is bill. So the orders I'm generating during the year, I'm able to execute. If I run by the, I mean, obviously, if I'm getting more orders, I will expand my business, right? If it is 100, then also I will follow the same thing. So for such businesses, I have to actually look into the order book. So what I need to do, I have to go to this company's website, or I have to put in where I'll get investors is the this one, and I go to investor December. Okay, investor meet intimation. It is intimation. It is not important. Transcript is there. Investor presentation I can go to. Now look at the investor presentation. So which is in November. So what they are talking about, end user application, products, then geographies and customers. Auto plus non-auto, 71 total, 25 countries. That is fine. Total books, vision. They are talking about non-auto, auto agnostic, auto tech agnostic. And this is the high commercial vehicle, two-wheeler and passenger vehicles. They are bifurcating. And then who is this guy? This is the CEO, company overview. Okay, so the leading supplier of precision forged and machined components. So this is what connecting rods, 11 billion gear, this thing, market size. What they are giving a market size. And then the rocker arm is this one. And if you see market share, the market share of light vehicle and commercial vehicles. So connecting rods, LV 289 million units, 3%, which is there. And then we have commercial vehicles, which is 35 million is there. So now over the decade, adoption of this thing is fine, wide range of product. So they have a different type of sales mix, 40%, 10%, 24%, and 13%. And then this is the mix, 9 out of top 10 two-wheeler OEM global, this thing, wide range of product offering, non-auto. So they are making consistent track record of product development. And then they have diverse reach and customer base. Okay, so now what they are saying, strong in-house engineering capabilities, improved productivity or increased automation, output per day. This is what they are talking about. And then integrated manufacturing facility, way forward, diversity. And then they are talking about tech. This is also, they are leverage existing capability to diverse into non-automotive business and expand addressable market. ठीक है, बिल्कुल point to point है. Strengthening technical leadership, 213 LOI automotive customers, purchase orders, 43 customers in auto and 21 is this. Very good, कोई दिक्कत नहीं, बहुत ही बढ़िया. Now the sectors which are there in non-autos is aerospace, defense, agriculture, bicycle, industrial. Automotive के अंदर passenger vehicle and consumer. Then we come to the revenue, EBITDA, PAT, total revenue. This is fine. This is my structure. I can see now there is this portion of that consolidated cash flow. Now look at the sales mix. This is also important. Historical performance, total revenue, EBITDA. A revenue is 9 into, okay, so they are doing good. Equity, return on equity, consolidated, restated, consolidated. Annexures, this is fine. Now moving on to this is a good presentation. Okay, now okay, so yes guys, now I know about this business, what they are doing, because unless and until I look at some of the business, this company is not disclosing the order books. So this is something which they can, they have a choice whether they want to disclose what. So but what they are saying that we are actually having market share, right? So on the slide number 5, I guess this is the slide where they are saying this is the total market size of connecting rods and connecting rod for light vehicles and connecting rod for vehicles. So this is basically connecting rod market. We need to actually go a bit deeper into it, and then we will be able to understand how that connecting rod is used in basically the light vehicles and commercial vehicles, right? So we have a market share, and we know the market share of connecting rods. Connecting rods, which is of 11 billion size, out of that we have a 2.3 plus 3%. So this we need to see how we can calculate. If we see 11 billion multiply by 2% or 3% of this thing, it could be in units as well, but it is in rupees. Here they are giving the basically into number of units, and then
sorry for interrupting.
Yeah.
Actually, before doing any, like we doing company analysis, should we do the industry analysis first?
No. See, what we get as a mandate is we first need to read about the company. Industry, if we approach that is going to be like a thematic stuff. Thematic means we have a theme, and then we are using that theme and reaching out to the company level. अब मतलब thematic research के लिए मैं बाद में बात करूंगा कैसे होती है thematic research, but for the time being when we are talking about company, so yeah, that is what we actually discussed in the first session. There are 2-3 things which we need to look at when we have to understand the business. The one is what means they are manufacturing auto components plus non-auto components. That means they are into manufacturing, because they are working with B2B space. Ideally they should be disclosing the order book. Even if they are not disclosing the order book, then we need to actually see from a top-down approach point of view how much they actually contributing to the total market. Means out of 111 billion market, they are actually having market share of 3%. Okay, so this market,
yeah, सिर्फ एक चीज मतलब maybe you can keep this like for later. एक चीज मेरे दिमाग में आ रहा है ना कि एक तो ये एक तरफ बोलता है कि लाइट व्हीकल्स का लार्जेस्ट सप्लायर है ऑफ कनेक्टिंग रॉड्स, और दूसरी तरफ उसका मार्केट शेयर सिर्फ 2.3% है. सो या तो मार्केट ही इतना लाइक स्प्रेड आउट है, लाइक बोलते हैं ना उसको, या तो फिर हाँ वो पता लगाना है. हाँ,
दैट इज
तो जब आप आगे बढ़ोगे तो शायद जब आपको सब पता चलेगा, लाइक कहीं पे डिस्कवर होगा, तो इसको जरा टच करना.
मैं यही बिल्कुल. एक्चुअली क्या है कि see 3% market share is also quite big,
yeah,
right? substantial,
But
right?
that means that if the largest player itself is having only 3%, then you can imagine what other players might be having.
There could be 70. I mean, there could be how much? 3%. If I'm distributing 3% to all,
Yeah.
then it is going to be 40 players, right?
Yeah,
So there
right.
could be 100 players.
Right.
And OEM के बारे में मैं थोड़ा बता दूं, OEMs का क्या होता है, आप ये समझो कि I mean I stay in NCR region of India. I mean I stay close to Delhi. So if Maruti has a manufacturing plant in Gurgaon, then the OEMs will be spread around that plant. तो बहुत ही फ्रेगमेंटेड मार्केट है, कंसोलिडेटेड मार्केट नहीं होता, ठीक है? तो द वर्ड व्हिच यू वर अंडरस्टूड द सिचुएशन दैट they are the largest, but it means that there are so many players into it. Yes, exactly, that is happen. And do you know OEMs कैसे बनते हैं? I mean you are working in, let's say, Samsung, and you know that you have the technical capability, you are making up, I mean, there is one part which is used in, let's say, in air conditioner. You what you do, you set up a small manufacturing unit and take that order from Samsung.
Okay.
तो ये बहुत छोटा छोटा जो मतलब obviously the major company keeps a track of it. इसीलिए ऑटो मैन्युफैक्चरर्स क्या होते हैं, वो असेंबलर ही तो हैं. टाटा अगर गाड़ी बेच रहा है तो वो गाड़ी का कोई सिवाय असेंबलिंग तो इनका कुछ है ही नहीं.
ओके.
राइट. अब एक कार के अंदर देयर कुड बी 10,000 products which are sourced from outside and assembled in Tata Motors, and then they are selling in terms of Harrier, in terms of Safari, or in terms of any other product. For that is where बहुत सारे पार्ट लगते हैं, सारे पार्ट भी एक आदमी नहीं बनाता. ठीक है. तो ये जो पार्ट बना रहे हैं उसमें टेक्निकल स्पेसिफिकेशंस बहुत ज्यादा नहीं होगी, तो सभी बना रहे होंगे. अगर आज आपको कहा जाए कि पेन बनाना स्टार्ट कर दो, तो पेन बनाने में अगर बहुत ज्यादा बड़ी टेक्नोलॉजी नहीं लगती है और एंट्रीज और बैरियर कुछ है ही नहीं, तो समझो कि सब कोई बना सकता है. ठीक है. तो पॉइंट ये है कि हम जब बिजनेस को समझते हैं तो बिजनेस को समझने के लिए व्हाट आई वांट, आई नीड टू नो कि मेरा एक तो बिजनेस क्या करते हैं. ये लोग मैन्युफैक्चरिंग बिजनेस में है. अब वो मैन्युफैक्चरिंग बिजनेस इन B2B वाले बिजनेसेस में जनरली हम बनाकर नहीं बेचते, ऑर्डर लेकर बेचते हैं. तो वो ऑर्डर डिटेल्स ये लोग नहीं बता रहे, ये सिर्फ ये कह रहे हैं कि हमारे कस्टमर्स कितने. आप ये देख रहे हो ना, ये यहाँ इन्होंने बताया कि हमारे पास 47 कस्टमर्स हैं और 28 कस्टमर्स नॉन ऑटो में है. 71 कस्टमर्स हैं मेरे. 71 कस्टमर्स मुझे कितना रेवेन्यू जनरेट करके दे रहे हैं? वो मुझे 71 कस्टमर जो मुझे रेवेन्यू जनरेट करके दे रहे हैं, वो कस्टमर्स, एक सेकंड जी, एक सेकंड, थोड़ा सा वहां चलेंगे. कहाँ गया? नीचे है. सपोज मेरे पास 71 कस्टमर जो हैं, अगर मैं देखूं तो 99 हाफ ईयरली में करोड़ है, कितना है ये मुझे नहीं समझ में आया, मिलियंस में है. ठीक है. तो 9.369 बिलियन रेवेन्यू 6 महीने में 71 कस्टमर्स ने जनरेट किया. तो मैं पर कस्टमर का ऑर्डर, पर कस्टमर का साइज निकाल सकता हूं, मैं ऑर्डर पर कस्टमर भी कर सकता हूं इसको. आई नो द नंबर ऑफ कस्टमर्स. एवरी quarter they will going to disclose that कितने customers थे. तो that is also kind of a bottoms up approach. but इन्होंने market share wise बात की है, तो top down approach में मुझे automotive में टोटल साइज में इनका मार्केट शेयर कितना है उसके अकॉर्डिंगली करूं तो वो बॉटम्स अप अप्रोच हो जाएगी. तो अप्रोच तो मैं कोई भी यूज कर सकता हूं, तो अप्रोच में मुझे कोई परेशानी नहीं. अप्रोच आई डिसाइड बेस्ड ऑन व्हाट द कंपनी इज डिस्क्लोजिंग. नाउ कंपनी इज डिस्क्लोजिंग दैट आई एम इनटू 2 सेगमेंट्स, ऑटो एंड नॉन ऑटो. ठीक है जी, ये दोनों हो गए. अब नॉन ऑटो के अंदर मेरे पास है 28 कस्टमर्स, ठीक है। अगर मैं चाहूं तो एक साल में मेरा रेवेन्यू जो है 18,000 करोड़ के आसपास है, 18,000, 9 मिलियन है ना, यानी कि 90 करोड़ के आसपास हुआ। ये है 9369, 9369 मींस मिलियन, यानी कि 936 करोड़, 937 करोड़ का रेवेन्यू है ये। तो मैं ऐसा कर सकता हूं, दिस डिवाइडेड बाय, हर कस्टमर से 13 करोड़ के ऑर्डर है मेरे पास एक क्वार्टर में, पर जरूरी नहीं है कि ये नंबर मेरे लिए वैसा हो। तो आगे मैं क्या कहूंगा कि मेरे कस्टमर्स बढ़ जाएंगे, कस्टमर मेरे, मान लो अगले साल मैं 5 कस्टमर्स को ऑर्डर, मान लो अगर 4 कस्टमर्स नए ऐड हुए और मेरा एवरेज ऑर्डर साइज इतना ही रहा, तो मेरा रेवेन्यू हो गया, मेरा रेवेन्यू स्ट्रक्चर। ठीक है जी। मैंने तो क्या अप्रोच की, ये मेरा बॉटम्स अप अप्रोच है। मेरे को कस्टमर से ऑर्डर मिलेंगे, पर ऑर्डर की मेरे को कंपनी डिस्क्लोज नहीं करती कि हर कस्टमर से कितना बड़ा ऑर्डर साइज है मेरे पास। तो कंपनी मुझे, हाँ
Sorry,
जी,
English, please.
okay, sorry, my bad, I'll keep that. So the thing is, first we should know what they are doing. They are manufacturing, and manufacturing particularly in 2 segments, autos and non-autos. Now, based on looking at the profile, they are working for basically businesses. So they are into B2B. But when somebody is working in a B2B environment, it is important, generally it happens that they first get order and then they execute that order. So ideally they should have disclosed order size, order book, but they are not disclosing. They are disclosing the number of customers. And if they are disclosing number of customers, then we can calculate order per customer or revenue per customer. Means I can know that if there are 20 customers or 71 customers they are servicing to, then it means every customer has been generating a revenue of average revenue per customer, that is calculated by using total number of customers and the revenue generated in H1. Okay, so this is the approach. I know in next period, next year, I would be adding number of customers. How do you want to grow? I mean, by adding more customers, right? And by taking more orders from them. So, I mean, I will have, I'll calculate an average order per customer or revenue per customer, because this is revenue. They are not disclosing orders. Orders they might be talking about, but I don't know. But they are not talking about orders. So secured orders, but they are not quantifying these orders. No, orders are 213. Okay, say from 43 customers and 25 customers in auto sector, that is fine. LOIs and key order wins as a part of recent business diversification, this thing. So my point here is, ideally they should have disclosed the order, but they are not disclosing the order size. So what they are doing, they are talking about that they are the market leader. I mean, they are telling that, yes, I'm the market leader. I mean, why do we actually, we need some of the actually accreditations with somebody whom you want to give an order. Do you think tomorrow, if you set up a manufacturing plant similar to Sensera, and Tata, Volkswagen or Hyundai would come to you and give you an order? Do you think they will straight away start giving you an order, unless and until you prove or showcase that we have the capability to execute and we have a track record, right? Right. We go to, why do we buy Samsung mobile, or why do we buy some other car product of a brand, because we know that they are generally good and their service serving the customers for quite some time. So that is where it becomes important for, I mean, it is an important factor. So this is what, how you should actually look at, you know what they are serving to into, but how they are doing, they are actually doing it by customer focus. So means they are having customers who are giving orders to them, and by executing them those orders, they are generating revenue. So this is what, how you should know how they are actually generating that revenue. They are generating from the customers. Obviously, orders will be given by the customers, but if they are not disclosing orders, then it means they are calculating, or the metric which we actually can calculate is revenue per order. That is one way of looking at it. What came into picture is whether they are into B2B or B2C, what they are doing, how they are doing, and for whom they are doing. So these three things are very, very important in terms of when you analyze a business. And how you structure your revenue, that is dependent on what companies are disclosing. If they would have been disclosing orders, then we would have used this approach. Clear? Any doubt? So we can add layers to it. There is no end to addition. I mean, we can go to the granular level. That depends on, we'll have customers in automotive, will divide revenue. Now we have just look at the investor presentation. If we just go and see what type of financials they are providing information, meet earning release. Okay, so I'll just download the earning release. And if you see the earning release will also talk, they are talking about EBITDA, and they are talking about PAT, profit after this thing. And then if you look at the company reported profit after tax, 706 million, means 70 crores. This is what it is there. And then the geographic spread as follows: India accounts for 62%, Europe 24%, US orders are foreign countries. Foreign countries 3% as a revenue of total revenue. Mix automotive segment, auto ICE contributed 83% of total sales, auto tech agnostic and EV contribution 6% and 11% from non-autos. I mean, they see, this is auto ICE. ICE is what? I need to see what
internal combustion engine, the conventional fuel wala.
Okay, so means they are actually making some parts which are auto IC under the auto IC division. So auto IC division is contributing 83%, right?
Yeah.
So that is, I mean, and so once we have to read about what they are reporting. Obviously now if we go to closing of trading window, I mean, just I have to look into all types of report, all quarters, apply filter, all types of report, where is the shareholding pattern, annual report, just look at annual report, is there or not? So this is Q1. Okay, there is no annual report. What is this? I don't know. This is basically contact us, infrastructure, investors. I'll just go to years, all years, no. There is no report. Here in this, we have reports, but the report, there is no, okay, you can see in Indian environment, we don't get much information in this. It's a 13-page report, which is talk about revenue from operations, and then balance sheet is fine, in cash flow.
इसके annual report है.
कहाँ है? Which one is the annual report? There is no annual report available. Transcript, investor presentation. These are the only things which are there. Okay, this is what it could be. Yeah.
सर
Okay.
आपके chat में share हुआ है.
Okay, I got it. This is the same report which I got it, right? Just see. Let us see.
Yeah.
So my point is, if you just read about these things here, now we have the standalone and the consolidated. So they are generating around how much? 1,500 crores in terms of this. They have the now this is what it is important. We have to read about this, and once we read, we will come to know a lot of this thing. So it's starting with this, but there is no table of content. What is there going to be? 11 and 14, and then the vigilance mechanism, financial statements. So Indian annual reports are, I mean, very, very difficult to go through.
Yeah. So normally they should have hyperlinks and all. So
yeah. So I mean,
manual.
Just,
yeah.
This is, and then the problem is you cannot copy that information very efficiently.
So वो जो हाँ, और अपना जो ये यहाँ से like NSE के website पे you can't even do web scraping. So then don't allow, like SEC के web like people automate the extracting of financial reports of US companies because SEC allows. तो वो एक Python पे ये बना देगा, web scraping कोड डाल देगा, YouTube पे एक आधा घंटे का वीडियो देके कोई भी कर सकता है. But we are not in, like, I'm not investing in US companies. Indian scenario में करने जाओ तो ये सब गधा मजूरी करना पड़ता है.
So that is there, but I mean,
जैसे आप copy paste कर रहे थे ना, like एक figure you wanted somebody to dictate.
My challenge, that is my challenge, ना.
Yeah,
I can't help it out.
तो वो चीज है ना, अगर SEC के वेबसाइट पे से कोई भी एक US listed कंपनी का आप करना चाहते हो ना, तो you can do it like automated. वो खाली जो फाइनेंशियल स्टेटमेंट्स है ना, उतना ही पिक करके एक्सेल में पॉपुलेट कर देगा वो पूरा का पूरा.
Yeah, I know that. I mean that. Yeah. So see, this is what
NSE will not allow.
See, just look at the revenue streams, sales of product and sales of services, mostly, and then they have scrap, tool income, and export incentive benefit. These are the sales of products to India, sales of service, tool income, and then their total revenue from contracts with customers. So this is basically an order book, right? They are not giving order contract they are talking about. So contract, I might get something of that sort. So my point here is, you can pick up any business if you know what they are doing, how they are doing, and for whom they are doing. These three things, once you know about these three things, it is very, very easy for you to actually devise a revenue mechanism. Now we know about this company that they are actually having customer base. So we can do average revenue per customer. We will assume a decent increase in customer base. Every year they will either increase the customers or the order size will increase. So by doing that, I can actually calculate my revenue, and after that, rest of the things will follow. So like they are into manufacturing, what they are doing, they are manufacturing components, that is fine. How they are doing it, I mean, what they are generating revenue from a customer as a unit. So their customers are unit. So how means the per customer they are charging? I mean, they have a customers in particular automotive and non-automotive, and then they have basically this thing. If we can use top-down approach as well, because they are into B2C. If we can go by the top-down approach, then we need to know the market size. This could be 83% was written in internal combustion engine or internal, I mean, whatever be the term. I'm following what was discussed there. So that ways we have to pick up the company. And once we go deeper into it, we'll get more details about that. Is it fine? Or I mean, anything you would like to add, or you want more stuff to be covered here?
Yeah. No, so only one thing that I read about some investment analyst in India, talking about this kind of auto components manufacturers. So he was talking about a larger theme. So I just wanted to share that, because I had read that, so I was able to connect this here.
Okay.
That we are in this phase of transition from ICE to EVs, right? So it's a very risky phase for the actual OEM manufacturers, the car manufacturers. For them, it is very difficult. We don't know who will come out as a winner out of this transition. So, but we as investors, if we want to play this transition, then the safest best bet is these kinds of auto component manufacturers who are not manufacturing engines, but the various parts that are going to be there in the EVs also. So so that was something that I found very insightful, and I was able to connect it right now by seeing this company's revenue from its major parts. So connecting rods.
So yeah, that is what I'm saying. Now, if somebody raised that Porter's analysis wala thing, so now entries to barrier would be not the thing. It is basically a threat, right? Threat of EVs. If everybody will start moving to EVs, then nobody will be buying this connecting rods or the parts which these guys are making, right? So then that is a very big challenge to the business, right? So that ways, I mean, I look at, honestly, I talk in journal terms, because yes, we follow few practices which are created to create a gap. I mean, for example, I mean, if you go to a doctor, their style of writing, and they will, I mean, they want to intentionally create a gap that everybody should not understand the composition and the medicines which they are actually prescribing, right? So they talk about, that's the reason the terminology which is used in the medical terms is totally different. I mean, it is not easy for everyone to understand unless and until you have read it. So it was intentionally used the language so that it is not understood by everybody. But if we don't understand, we will not follow. So they wanted to create a divide, and that is the reason this was there. I mean, they will talk about such a language where it is difficult to understand. A lot of technical terms are used. That there. But what we are discussing about in journal terms. When I'm saying if you have to write a report is nothing. It's just an essay. You can have so many line items in essays. You just write that essay, elaborate each line, each heading, your report will be ready. It is just a matter of how you look at things. If you look at things from a very basic level, things are pretty much simple. There is no rocket science we are doing. It's just a matter of how you actually start looking at things. So please change your focus. I mean, start looking things differently. That is what. If somebody says that I haven't written a report in my life, then I always tell them, well, have you written an essay in your class? Then it means you can write a report. It's just that you have to collate that content, and that content should be from a reader's point of view. That's all. Earlier, we were given a topic and we used to write anything. But I mean, we are 24 people. There would be many people in our group who used to take so many supplementary sheets. So it means they have a writing capability. It's just that you should know that you are a good writer. What you have to write, that is dependent on the topic, and the topic will be either given to you or you decide your own topic. If you know what you are writing, then you just need to know for whom you are writing. So that the point here is you just change your thought process and start looking things from a very basic. Be a kid. Don't go into details unless and until, and if you want to go into details, then start from the level from where you can understand a bit, then move ahead. So that ways, and looking at the business, you can actually, I just talk about one small aspect. Everybody would have seen a tea staller, the guy who is selling tea, cigarette, and other stuff. I mean, you can build a revenue model on your fingertips. You don't have to use rocket science. You don't have to write a code to understand a business. This guy has a very limited products. He is selling either pan masala or whatever you call it, the chewing stuff, mouth freshener, and then he has cigarettes and he has tea, or he might have some other category of biscuits and other stuff, right? 4 categories. You know that based on, if you know where the location of that business, if it is in a office environment, I mean, where a lot of offices are there, means a lot of people are coming. So based on the footfall or the people whom how many people they are visiting his shop, you can actually identify that how much could be the possibility of selling number of teacups, and how many packets of cigarette he would be selling in a day, how much other accessories would have been. I mean, tea and cigarette becomes a combo. I mean, he has cigarette, he has tea, and the guy who has come for tea might ask for a cigarette, or cigarette has a complementing stuff. Sorry, I'm not promoting smoking, but my point here is it is very easy. If 1,000 people are visiting his shop on a daily basis, among them 50% would be teetotalers, and they will actually have tea. So 500 tea cups he would be selling at a price of, let's say, 10 rupees. That means 500 into 10 is going to be 5,000 rupees. And then for out of 1,000 people, only 25% are the smokers. So means 250 people are smoking 1 cigarette or 2 cigarette in a day from his shop. Means 500 cigarettes, 10 cigarettes in a pack. You just divide it to 50 packets. Every packet is of 200 rupees. 50 packets into 200 is 200 into 50. Yeah, 10,000 rupees means 15,000 rupees he's generating as a revenue on a daily basis. Rest, another 5,000 from other product lines, mouth freshener or toffees or whatever categories stuff he is selling. So based on that, 20K per day into 30 means 6 lakhs in a month. Make it thrice 1 lakh, 18 lakhs. 18 lakhs, my dear. I mean, you sometimes I calculate the income of a panwala. I start feeling that he might be earning more than that, more than many of us who are earning for so many years. So don't worry about that. But my point is how you should look at things. I mean, it is very, very simple. You can calculate any business revenue on a fingertips. Infosys generating 100 crores, let's say 1 lakh crore in a year revenue. There are 5 lakh employees. 1 lakh divided by 5 lakh, 0.2 crores is the revenue generated by each employee. And every year they say that we have an attrition of 20% and we have hired so many people. We have a plan to hire 1 lakh more, 20,000 more people, 40,000 more people. You add number of employees to your total last year's employees, put an attrition rate to them, you will have an ending figure into 0.2 crores, the revenue generated per employee. You can forecast your Infosys revenue on your fingertips. You don't have to worry about that whether you will go to the annual reporting. Yes, definitely, they are not going to report per employee per revenue. Then the problem would be employees will start asking that I'm generating 2 crores of revenue and you're giving me 50 lakhs rupees. So that way there could be some bottlenecks, but it is all about how you look at it. Guys, just change your thought process. It's on fingertips. If an airline is running a business, you know that they have 10 planes. In SpiceJet has 100 planes. Every plane is they're operating domestically. Every plane has a 150 seat capacity for a one plane. 100 into 150 means 15,000 seats available for selling. You know that planes are not occupied 100%. It is not a Bangalore bus or a DTC bus or Mumbai local train where they are running over capacity. I mean, 100 people sitting capacity, 200 people traveling. So in plane, that is not a possibility. Then that is why you can call it a capacity utilization. So if you say that all the planes are operating at a 80% capacity, means 12,000 seats per day are available, are sold, and you know the average ticket size from, I mean, you can check the number of routes. Either you calculate per kilometer, you calculate per seat kilometer, you calculate per ticket, or whatever it is. In a month, 12,000 into 30 into 3. In a quarter, these number of seats were sold or tickets were sold, and average ticket can be back calculated by looking at the revenue, or you can assume that on an average in normal condition there would be a 2,000 rupees average ticket size. 2,000 into the number which is coming, you have the revenue for anyone. It's just a matter. Now what you need to see, once you have your basic idea that airline is selling tickets and tickets are the number of seats. So ticket or seat per customer, that is all. B2C, they are into B2C. Generally it will be price to volume, means the customer into revenue. Wherever you don't know the revenue part or the price, it is better to back calculate. I mean, that will give you a blended rate. For Flipkart, it is very easy. You know that there are 1 lakh people buying on every day on Flipkart platform. So it's just a matter of, if you know that on an average, the guy who is spending, putting an order, he would be putting an order of 3,000 rupees. That is the psychology runs behind every company. You see, card holders gives you that you do a shopping of 3,000 rupees, you will get 5% cash back. I mean, they want you to spend 3,000 rupees from that card. Means average ticket size of every card transaction would be 3,000 rupees, and they know that 1 lakh is going to be 1 lakh is the card transactions happened. 3,000 into 1 lakh is going to be the transaction they operated through this scheme. And they take 90 days period. I mean, within 3 months, they will have enough transactions to be covering what they are passing on. Either they have 2-3% charges from the vendor for whom they are actually doing this exercise. So nobody is losing money. Everyone is actually making money with making some changes. So you just have to see how best you can use that information. And what is important is whatever you can quantify. And if you can quantify, that is reported, that is going to be the structure of your revenue model. So understanding a business is not a big deal if you just look at what they are doing, how they are doing, and for whom they are doing. I mean, I have spent enough time explaining. You can pick up any industry. I can give you that this is something is the possibility of revenue drivers. I mean, you can, if you want, I can talk about all the GICS companies, GICS sector classifications. For airline, it's B2C, customers into price charge. If it is a hotel business, number of rooms sold into average rental charge per day. That's all. Khatam baat ho gayi. Kuch zyada, there's nothing which you don't know. If it is Samsung, they are selling mobiles, you know that they have a capacity. Samsung mobiles are very much in demand. It means whatever they are going to produce, they are going to sell. So their utilization is 100%. They are working at a capacity of 100%, means they have a production capacity of 1 lakh mobiles. 1 lakh mobiles got sold. That's all. Otherwise, you can use a top-down approach where you can look into the number of players in a particular mobile market. If it is smartphone, we can further bifurcate into many stages, 4 GB, 8 GB by battery size. So that depends on what you are exactly looking at. Bifurcations are possible, but the starting point would be what, how, and for whom. That's all. I mean, these are 4 or 5 and 2 aspects which are very important. If it is material thing which the company is delivering, then it will be mostly price to volume. I mean, you can count the customers, you can, it becomes a tangible part. Now, come back to services. Services are always measured in hours. When we are working, I mean, I am working, you guys are working, we all are, what we are delivering, we are actually giving our time. And for that, we are getting paid for. So, I mean, if somebody is paying 10,000 rupees per day and asking me to work for 8 hours, it means 1,200, approximately 1,200 per hour is my charges. So if I'm working for an year, I can calculate my overall income for an year. So that ways you should start looking at, I mean, things are very, very crystal clear. If you're looking at Ola, the Ola or Uber, what they are doing, they are actually taking passengers from one place to another place, and they are charging per kilometer ka rate. That's all, nothing more than that. They would be, I mean, they would be doing so many things, but what is important is the per kilometer and number of kilometers driven by the Ola cab user. If he is running 300 kilometers in a day and the average rate which they are charging is 12 rupees, means 300 into 12, 3,600 he is generating, and if you multiply it by 30, around a lakh he is earning. But obviously this is the top line. So that ways, anything, if you are into an oil and gas industry, you are exploring liters of oil or whatever be barrels of oil. I mean, if you're doing 1 lakh barrels in a day and the price is $70 per, your revenue is that much. So it is easy. It's just that you need to know the capacity or what unit you are using. If you decide the unit, you need the rate. That's all. Nothing is great. I mean, everybody who is doing business, they are actually disclosing this information. And if they are not disclosing what they are disclosing, you have to look at how best you can use that. Any doubt in this? I mean, going forward, I don't expect from you that you will say that we don't know how to understand a business. My point is that much, nothing more than that. I mean, if you look at if somebody asks you, Reliance, what they are doing, they are into telecom business. Jio, how they are doing, they are doing telecom business. They are providing services. To whom they are providing? They are providing to the customers. Means customer per revenue per customer. That is what they charge, billing monthly, average revenue per user. That's all. You just look at any of the telecom operators report, they will talk about average revenue per user and number of customers, means subscribers. Terminology might be different. So you don't have to, you just go to IOC, the ones who is operating the petrol pumps, they have 10,000 petrol pumps in India. Every day they are, one petrol pump is selling more than 1,000 liters a day. You have the unit, you know that the whole revenue is not there. They just get a commission, I mean, in the form of 1 or 2%. If the petrol prices are 100 rupees per liter, then means they are getting 1 rupee per liter as 1% charge, right? So that's the way you have to look at the businesses. That's all, nothing more than that. You talk about any bloody damn business in the world, all are on these parameters. And if you know how to measure, then it's just, you need to know which measuring unit you have to use. If it is in liquid, you have to use liter. If it is into kilometers, I mean, it's in distance, you have to have used this thing. So that ways, I mean, it's basic sense. I should say common sense, nothing more than that. Now I'll ask the house, do you think I have told you anything which you don't know? Yeah, Purva. Yeah, Shravan. I mean, I want to hear from you that is there anything which you think that you don't understand from this class, and after that you won't be able to analyze a business or understand a business model?
No, sir. I think I have understood some parts of it, most parts of it.
Not some part of it, with confidence. Yes, Apurva, you have that capability. You know what's going on. I mean, that's what the confidence is. If you are confident, I mean, there is a saying, if you are confident, you can, I mean, even if you don't know, you will be able to do things well.
Yes, sir.
So, yeah, that is the beauty of this course. I mean, when we are going to evaluate a company, first stage is understanding the business. Yeah, Bhaskar.
Yes, sir. I was, when you were sharing the examples of different companies, I was trying to analyze our own Emarticas as well.
Exactly. I want to understand what is the revenue model of them. How do we calculate that? Yeah.
Sir, वही मैं calculate कर रहा था, and interestingly, if I pay 50,000 for this course, so accumulated, I have 7,680 minutes, and which is costing me around 6.51 rupees per minute. Okay, so right now these are the drivers I have come up. Now in a batch we are having let's say 30 people, and I guess in financial analysis we have 2 or 3 batches in the week. So 3 batches, so around so that is the process I have started. So very soon I'll catch up that how
I'll just refine your process. Yeah, I know that. I mean, I understand that you are changing your thought process from today, but I have been doing this exercise for last 17 years. Right. Okay. So let's talk about Emarticus. Okay. So there could be so many ways. I mean, I can tell you that you can do things from many ways. It is not that, I mean, let's take an example. You have to go to Mumbai from Delhi. There are so many ways of reaching out to Mumbai from Delhi. It's just a matter how you want to look at. Even if you go by road, there could be so many routes you can make, right? Obviously, we want the shortcut, but that's not the right way of doing it. There are 3 ways. I mean, except water, I think there could be a possibility of going by water as well. I mean, by any channel, we can by ship as well. Flight and the road transport, rail transport. I mean, it is we have to decide, and based on the economies of scale, I mean, whatever we prefer train, we get some more time, but time is money. We generally calculate the trade-off. That means a train becomes more economical. We might use train because it will cover higher distance in less time. If we go by road, we might end up quite less compared to rail, but it will take some more time. I mean, it could be a 2,000 kilometers distance. It would take for 24 or 48 hours, depending on many things. Now, Emarticus, it's beauty of that Emarticus. If you want to understand what they are doing, first of all, tell me what they are doing.
They are providing education. So basically they are service industry. They are into service industry.
They are into service industry, yes, but to whom they are providing?
To the students and the people who are willing to learn.
Retail.
Okay. I mean, they are looking for people. They have their sales personnel who are checking for people who wants to have upskillment, and those are
Yes.
they are providing. Okay. So now what they are doing, they are actually into a coaching type of a business, right? Earlier career launcher, you would have heard Pristine was there, so many. So to whom they are selling to students. I mean, let's assume, I mean, how do you decide how many students Emarticus would have been servicing? Can you think of a ballpark figure, Bhaskar? How many students are taking classes through Emarticus?
Basically, however, I know from the administration, there are 3 batches from this course, the particular course which we are in. So in an average participants, if I consider, let's say 30 people are there. So 3 threes are 90 people are there in FAP. So they do have a data science as well. They do have other programs as well. So in an average, we'll have to find out what are the batches are there, and on that basis we can calculate that what are the students capacity total they are having.
Okay, so now how, I mean, you are calculating from batch wise, right?
Yes.
So but you know that they have centers, right?
I was not knowing.
Okay, let's assume that they have 50 centers all across India. Every center is taking care of 100 students per month. So means 5,000 students, right?
Yes, yes.
5,000 students, every student is paying 50K.
Okay.
50K into 5,000, you can calculate average month revenue per month.
15,000. Sorry, sir, can you come again?
50,000 per student into 5,000 students.
So 50,000 and then 3 zeros more.
I think it's 50 crores.
It's 5 crore.
5 crore. Okay, sorry, whatever it is. So 5 crore, and one batch takes 3 months, 3 to 4 months.
Got you, sir.
So in a year, if you see, in a year, there are four rounds, means 20,000 students into 50,000, means 20 crore revenue they are generating. Easy, na?
Got you.
Now you can do this exercise by using different methods as well. They have 5 courses. In every course, there are 1,000 students. Right? So 5,000 students per course. There would be a different, I mean, data analytics. Other courses would be on finance. Other would be on some languages. So 3-4 courses they are running. They are the subjects they are covering. 4 or 5 subjects. Number of students in per course into fees will be your revenue model. दिमाग लगाने की क्या जरूरत है? So it's just a matter of looking at things from a very, very granular level. Nothing to worry about. All businesses are on your fingertips. Cargo business, how much weight into price, that's all. If somebody is able to transport 1,000 kg at a rate of 1,000 rupees per kg, done, revenue, 1 point. If it is a hotel business, restaurant business, we discussed that as well. Restaurant, how much? Restaurants devise their menu. If 2 people will sit and if they order 1 dish, the average spend per guy or per person would be 200 rupees, because their every dish is 400 rupees per dish. They haven't placed any dish on the menu card which is less than 400 rupees. So you just order. I mean, obviously, if you know that how many people are visiting their restaurant, and you know that 1 hour is something which is spent by a guy in a restaurant while eating. Restaurant business mostly runs from evening around 6 to 11. So from 6 to 11, 4 hours, 5 hours. 5 hours means there are sitting capacity of 50 people. 50 into 5 means 250 people will be there, who will be 50 into 5. And then you know that, yeah, it is a rotation we are actually talking about. 250, we know that a restaurant is not 100% occupied. Let's say 80% capacity means 200 people visiting every day to the restaurant for having meals, and that every person will have a 400 rupees per or 200 rupees per head spent. So means 40,000 K is going to be per day revenue generated by them, and then rest of the things are going to follow the things. So it's just that you need to know what, which is very, very simple. Like in the case of Paytm, we knew that they are into transactions. I mean, they are facilitating payment transactions, nothing more than that. Even if they are selling merchandise, they are not selling themselves. They are actually having somebody who is selling and somebody who is buying on their platform. So at the end, what they are going to get, they are going to get a fees for using their platform. Even if they are going to sell a product of 1 lakh, they might get 0.1%, means 100 rupees they might get it for one transaction. Then you know that there are 1 lakh transactions happening during the day. So 1 lakh into 100 is the revenue generated by them, because it is very easily scalable business. That's why they are getting abnormal valuations. Now, this is what we actually need to focus on when we are understanding the business. Now, moving ahead, when we move to the cost items. So what is important is for cost, particularly for cost, we should know the nature of cost. If we know, earlier when we used to read, when we were all in the college, for cost, we have been told that there is a direct cost, there is an indirect cost, there is a fixed cost, there is a variable cost, there is a cost which is fixed for some time and after that it changes, means a semi-variable cost. Is there any other type or classification of cost you can suggest? Direct, indirect, variable, fixed. That's all. 4 types of costs are there. Anything you can think of? Guys, I'm asking you.
Broadly, that is the classification.
Okay.
Variable and operational cost.
Sorry?
Variable cost.
Yeah. So now variable is there, but there is another type of cost as well.
Operational cost.
Operating and non-operating cost.
Yes, sir.
Right?
Yes, sir.
So, but operational and non-operational cost also can further be classified into direct, indirect, variable, fixed.
Yeah.
Right,
sir. Right, sir.
So what is important? Nature of the cost is important.
Yeah.
Right?
Yes.
If you know the nature of cost, then obviously things are pretty much simple. If you know that you can directly relate that cost to the revenue, so ideally it should be direct and it should be variable.
Yeah.
Right? I mean, I'm not telling you anything new which you don't know. If you are manufacturing a laptop, then all the direct material which is required for manufacturing is going to be the cost which is directly related to the sale of that product. So you know that if a laptop is costing 40,000 K, you know the material which is used to produce that laptop is just of 20,000 rupees. Right? So 20,000 means 50% is your direct cost. So that is your gross profit.
Yeah.
Am I making sense or not?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now the point here is we just need to understand the nature of cost, and businesses drive the nature of cost. Remember this. For an airline industry, can somebody tells me what all two major costs are there? Don't laugh here.
This fuel
Yeah.
cost, and the other one is rentals, lease
Yeah.
rentals.
Okay.
And yeah.
You're forgetting employees.
Sorry, employees. Yes, sorry.
Right?
Employees.
Yeah. So for airline, I mean, I haven't told you that what all costs are there, right? You know that. And now pick up fuel. What do you think? It is direct or indirect?
So
Direct.
it's indirect.
Direct cost.
Indirect.
Wait.
Oh, sorry.
Who is
It's
saying
direct. No.
anyone who is
My
saying
bad.
that it is indirect? No worries. Huh?
Yeah.
Is there anyone who says it is an indirect cost? Yeah, it's a democratic world. Modi ji is governing us. So you
So
have
one thing about fuel is in airlines especially, the fact that they have to kind of run the plane even with lower capacity. So प्लेन तो चला नहीं है, प्लेन में फ्यूल पूरा भरना ही है उसकी बेली में. अब होता क्या है कि वो फिर पर पैसेंजर या पर पैसेंजर किलोमीटर माइल्स का जो फ्यूल कॉस्ट होता है वो ज्यादा आता है अगर कैपेसिटी कम है. प्लेन एक पैसेंजर या दो पैसेंजर हो, प्लेन तो पूरी फ्यूल भर के उड़ानी पड़ेगी उसको. तो उस वजह से जो है फ्यूल ये हो जाता है. बट देन इट डिपेंड्स ऑन not the number of passengers being carried but the number of kilometers being flied.
So
yeah,
भाई,
so it is direct on.
Okay, let me ask you. हम एक मारुति की ऐड आती थी, माइलेज कितना देती है?
हाँ.
राइट. तो जितने भी ट्रांसपोर्टेशन बिजनेस है ना, वो सारे के सारे माइलेज पे ही ड्रिवन है.
करेक्ट.
राइट. तो मतलब this is not something which you don't know earlier. Now my point here is, if the airline which we are talking about is running for, let's say, 10 million kilometers or 10 million miles, on every mile there is a certain amount of fuel is burnt, or fuel of particular amount is burnt. So let's say 200 rupees per mile is the cost of covering 1 mile, right? So this will vary, but it has a direct or it has a variable component. I mean, if you run 500 kilometers, you will have to pay 200 into 500. Clear? Correct. Now talk about employees. Is it fixed? Is it direct? Is it variable or indirect?
Yeah, it is to a large extent indirect. Okay. To a large extent, and the crew might have some variable portion to the.
They also get salaries only. It's just a matter when they are flying, they get additional bonus.
Additional,
nothing
but
more
that
than
is negligible maybe. So we can,
whatever it is. I mean, so for salary, if my organization is paying me some peanuts, let's say in $1,000 per month, so they can utilize me anywhere. They can ask me to execute 10 projects. They can ask me to do 20 projects. I can execute 30 projects, or I can be sitting idle, but my cost is fixed, right?
Right.
So if I cover 20 projects, my average cost will be lower. If I execute 0, then I'm the fixed cost, right?
Right.
So for employees, we are actually the indirect cost, unless and until we are manufacturing and the labor cost is required. If some labor is directly employed, that is fine. Otherwise, employees are basically indirect or a fixed cost.
Yes.
So not necessarily we cannot link it to revenue. Employees किस लिए hire किए हैं? We are hired for doing work, right? So we can link it to revenue. But when we link it to revenue, then the absolute number should not vary much. Because if we are generating 1,000 crores and there are 100 employees, then if we are generating 1,500 revenue, the employees would be 100 only. So the employee cost will not change much unless and until there is a requirement to hire more to generate more revenue.
Unless
That is,
the scale changes completely.
yeah, scale changes, right? So what is important is you need to understand the nature and the relationship with revenue. Though all costs have a relationship with revenue, but it could be direct or it could be indirect. Now, coming back to two type of costs, one is operational and another one is non-operational, right? Generally, operating fixed plus fixed, direct or indirect, or variable or fixed. These two set of costs are part of operating cost. Operating cost is basically the cost which is used to run the show. And non-operating cost is basically the cost which is there to support funding. Non-operating cost. Sorry?
Like interest cost.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah. So interest, finance charges are non-operating expenses though. Okay. And operating expenses are like if it is direct in terms of cost of sales, it could be direct manufacturing cost, it could be sales and journal administrative cost, it could be employee cost, it could be different. And then there are two ways also. I mean, I see the point is you should know what it could be, but when you look into it, you will recall and remember or recall basically. So variable, non-variable, direct, indirect, we won't get in that annual report that whether it is a direct or indirect, but we actually have to look at from that angle. Now, operating and non-operating is sorted as well. Sometimes what we realize, you will realize that cost is disclosed either by nature or by category. Can somebody try attempting when I say that cost by nature and cost by category?
Yeah. So I can try. I have an idea, but then yeah. So just say employees cost, for example. So you can, one way of doing it is, you can bifurcate कि यार इसमें से direct manufacturing के related कौन सा employees cost है, and then you could include that portion of the total employees cost into cost of goods sold, right? And the remaining part into the niche wala part, which is SG&A, indirect part. And the other way of looking at it is like take all of the employees cost into indirect part, this thing only. Like you are, because you're categorizing it, all of it as staff cost.
Okay. नहीं थोड़ा सा और slightly more. Any other guy can want to take a try? One second, I'll just show you something. My screen is visible to you, right? And if I go to So what do you think? It is by nature or by classification?
It is by classification. What's this? Yeah.
No, I don't want to add more confusion to it. Anyone wants to try?
Yeah, it is by classification. Like power and fuel वगैरह सब कुछ कैटेगरी, सारा कुछ जो उस कैटेगरी के रिलेटेड है, सारा एक्सपेंस उसी कैटेगरी के लाइन आइटम के अगेंस्ट डाल दिया एक्सपेंस.
It's by classification, like operating expenses, profit before tax.
Basically, it's from direct to indirect.
Yeah.
So it is by category or classification? That is what I'm asking.
एक जैसे अपना होता है ना नॉर्मल कॉस्ट ऑफ गुड्स सोल्ड, फिर ग्रॉस मार्जिन आता है, फिर देन वी टेक दिस थिंग SG&A, फिर EBITDA आता है, देन वी रिमूव D&A and then we get EBIT. So and then we take out, like we move on to PAT like that. So there is no gross margin and EBITDA or EBIT given here.
So category, I think.
If that were given, then that according to me would be by nature of
it is by category. Okay, it is by category. I mean that basically power and fuel is one category, employee benefit is one category, cost of material is one category. When we say that classification is by like SG&A. Okay, so that is also one way of representing that doesn't make much difference, but you will find there are two types of cost structure. One is by cost of material, which is basically by category, and another one is by classification. We are classifying SG&A, employee cost is classified under SG&A, right? So there the structure would be different. I mean, in terms of how they are reporting. So you should actually look at whether it is by classification or it is by class category. That is what it is important. Otherwise, I mean, it's just to give you as an information, nothing more than that, because when, I mean, there is a direct relationship. If it is by classification, then mostly indirect. It could be indirect, but if it is by category, then it will be a direct relationship. Further classification can be done. That it seems to be a bit complex, but and a bit confusing as well. I understand that, but my point here is this is also a way of looking at the cost structure. Okay, so once you open 2-3 annual report, you will find somewhere SG&A, somewhere you will find cost of goods sold. Okay, so that is what it should be. If it is reported like that, what could be the treatment? That is more important. So revenue and cost aspects are very important from understanding point of view. Revenue model, I expect that you will be able to actually break it into parts very easily now. Cost nature should be understood. Category or nature, there is I mean, almost similar. Direct indirect was also one way of looking at the cost structure. Then variable and fixed was also one way of looking at the structure. So that is what it becomes a very important. When you look at any income statement, you should know how and what they are reporting. And all direct and variable should be linked to the revenue, and all indirect and fixed should be can be linked to revenue, but the absolute number should not vary much, even if you consider any percentage of revenue, because mostly fixed cost changes with inflation, and variable or direct cost has a direct relationship with revenue, which means that if you sell 1,000 rupees higher sales, then 60-70%, whatever be the direct cost or the variable portion, will proportionately grow. But the fixed cost will not grow up to a certain extent. After reaching to a milestone, then it has to be increased. It's a step cost type of a thing as well. So people call it differently, but you should understand the nature so that you can forecast better. If it is an IT company, you know that it is an employee-centric company, then what you should do, you should calculate average employee cost per employee so that you can apply a nominal inflation rate, or you can put in 5-10% growth to the average employee per cost per employee, because number of employees into average employee cost drives the employee cost. If it is a fuel cost, then the number of kilometers driven, number of kilometers into the average fuel cost required per kilometer is going to be the driver. That way you actually bifurcate. The more you bifurcate, you reach out to the granular level, the precision will be more. I mean, you can understand from this only that if you know the impact of one item and you know how much, I mean, many a times the stock price moves the end industry as well. If oil goes up, then obviously many autos will have a negative impact. If people in airline industry covering airline, they know that if ATF cost has increased, how much lag is there to get an impact to the books. If in first quarter the prices were higher, then they know that when the prices, the stock, the financials will get impact. So that type of analysis relations you have to draw. If you are into an oil and gas company, if prices are higher, you might tend to enter into long-term contracts. And the derivatives which are trading, they also plays a lot of role. So nitty-gritties related to industry are different, and once you start reading about or knowing things from more closer angle, you will have better clarity and able to decide about the impact, because it is all about that impact is going to help you take the call. Oil is high, rubber prices will be higher. The it will be negative for auto industries. So it's a cause and effect thing. Oil is low, rubber prices will be low, but in books it was earlier driven by, I mean, if oil is low, people will buy more cars. But don't know that if in lockdown, even oil, wherever oil would be, if the people are not able to drive cars, then obviously the sales will also get impacted. So yeah,
sir, one question, sir.
Yeah, please.
Regarding aviation industry. I know when aircraft is being parked, so there is a charge, a parking charge is being charged by the airport, and if the same aircraft is being parked under the hangar, so they will have to pay rent. Now the service which is being provided by the ATS, is it chargeable or it's free of cost? I don't know that part.
Services charged to
ATS, air traffic
controller, right?
Yes.
Actually, mostly it is run by the I mean, it is covered by in that hangar charge and the parking charge, no?
Because why I'm asking, when I was going through a video where it was showing that Ajay Devgan is having his own private jet, where he was talking about the different charges. Even ATC he will have to take care. So from that prospect, I was thinking that if the commercial aircrafts are traveling from one ATC to another ATC, so are they paying any kind of charges or a fees kind of thing to the ATCs?
I mean, I think, I mean, I am not sure about it because I'm not supposed to know everything. But
Again, sir, I agree with you. I have been through a lot of financial analysis videos regarding this aviation industry. None of them are clean and clear, which would be telling you bit to bit information. So yeah, pretty much it is. So there are a lot of assumptions are there, and maybe for that reasons this industry is very much volatile.
I mean, that is also subjective. But now when you are talking about ATC, right? Air traffic controller, right?
Yeah.
Air traffic controller is a service provided to airlines, right?
Correct, sir.
So who is paying for that? Airlines or the airport?
So air traffic controller is the under the jurisdiction of airport. So airliner would be paying to the airport or maybe ATC.
So is it going to directly pay as a separate cost, or it is for I mean using the airport?
I didn't get it, your question.
See, the thing is, I mean, I'll give you one example.
Yeah.
When airline, there are a couple of type of airport charges an airline has to pay. One is the landing charges.
Correct, sir.
On the right, one is landing charge, one is hangar charge, and one is this basically the parking. All these costs are calculated on a different aspect, but using that airport services, also there is a charge to it. I mean, you get a slot. I mean, if you are landing on Heathrow, the Heathrow would have given you one specific charge, a specific cost to allocate that, allow you to use the airport services. In that it is covered. I mean, if somebody wants to have this service from New York to India, then the Delhi airport would have charged one allowance fees which covers the ATC, because airport is nothing. I mean, unless and until let's talk about, I mean, I'm just drawing my references. It's basically an analogy which I'm trying to draw. Let's talk about Uber. Uber is charging because they are giving business to the drivers, right? And the operators, car owners, right?
Correct.
So Uber cannot charge separately for the app services. So they can charge the commission which includes that service.
Okay.
Right. So if you are using an airport, then airport ATC is part of airport services. So whatever they are charging, I mean, you cannot say that you are having 10 airplanes and I will give you ATC services to 10 planes, and if you bring 11th, I will charge more.
Okay.
So the ATC is like a service. I mean, airline using an airport. That airport will charge some fees, which is a fixed fees for those services, because I mean that is where how it should actually, unless it's kind of a permit fees. I mean, you know that the road like what do you call when you buy a car, you pay road tax, right?
Yeah.
So that is charged by them, and now they won't ask you to they won't collect that road tax every now and then. It's just once, and you can go anywhere in India to wherever you want to go, because you have already paid that road tax. tax.
Got it. Got it.
Ideally it should be, I mean, if there is a mechanism of that you need to actually understand in detail. Mostly you will know by talking to the accounts department of this thing, airport authorities, or basically how they are charging.
Fine, sir. Thank you.
But then there will be that space constraint, no? So at a time,
That's why
how
they are
many-
charging higher fees. That's why, 100 million is the cost if you want to fly to London. Heathrow Airport will charge you 100 million first, then they will allow you to land your plane. That reminds me a very classic story. I am a die-hard fan of Modi ji. Nothing personal with Modi ji. Modi ji is on a selling spree. Agar Modi ji ka bus chale, to he will sell everything. So Air India was the recent sale he made. I don't know. People quote many numbers. Being an analyst, I have my own understanding. Air India has an international license to fly to many important airports. Heathrow Airport charges 100 million per slot. The Air India has 100 million is close to what I can say, that 75 crores now. There are such around 10-12 important airports where Air India was, flying. Tata got all those slots just for 3,000 crores or 3,500 crores, which is more than, less than any cost which they have to pay to flying to all those. New York would also have the 100 million slot. Convert it into Indian currency, you will realize that so whatever they have paid as a money, in that they wouldn't have won these slots for all the places where Air India is. So it's a very steal deal, though they add up debt of 18,000 crores or 20,000 crores to it and make it a very big deal. So I don't know, but ideally, if you look at that deal, it is very simple. You would have used a sharing mechanism. You would have shared London, New York airport landing spots with couple of airlines, and then they would have generated you good money. But these are the assets. So the assets which they got it are more than what they have actually shown. 100 million spent on one slot, and you have to wait for 10 years. It's like a club membership for which you are ready to pay, but you will get only once somebody will leave. So London airport has 100 slots, and all those slots are booked. And if somebody wants to start that service, he or she would not be able to, because they don't have appropriate slots. So they can get a slot either buying it from somebody else, and that if they decide not to fly to somewhere, then they can sell it for a very huge amount. So, so my point here is, whenever you look into the business, not from an operational side. Operations is something which is already valued. If you can think of some critical factors like PhonePe for Flipkart, or some cost method or NAV method, where you are actually adding all the parts into for the value, calculating the valuation, that is more important. So that is what actually we covered in first two classes in last week. Started with my funda of revenue understanding or business understanding. I hope you liked it, and you will follow the same technique to understand the business, because that is what it is most important to understand a business. Once you understand a business, then probably the numbers which needs to be finalized, it depends on how they are actually disclosing. Cost should be looked at the nature. And if you have any doubt, I can take up the questions now. Otherwise, my sincere request to you is capture all the financials and operating information of Paytm at least for 2 quarters, latest 2 quarters. I mean Q1 22 and Q2 22 and 3 years historical. I would work on that from and build a financial model. Now in tomorrow's class, I will cost we have covered, but if you want, I can cover the cost again as well. Then I will try calculate, showcase how we will forecast the finance cost, and then how we actually approach the tax cost, and then we will calculate or create some schedules which are required for forecasting. Fair enough? Any doubts?
So what I've doubt what will the total plan for that the Paytm we can create the financial models and creating the schedules, then we go through valuation, right?
Yes,
Good.
I mean, understand this thing. In level 1, we create a model. We create a model. We value that model in second level 2, and in third, we actually prepare a report for that.
Okay, we can take up like Porter's model or like some other BCG metrics, like, right? In that.
Anything.
Okay.
Right. Theory or theoretical concepts, aspects you have been reading, you have been going through since you picked up your books. Now it's time to look at how practically you can use those concepts. That's all, nothing more than that. If you'll do work in an organization, they will not ask you what is Porter analysis. They will ask you how you can use Porter analysis to analyze a company. So knowing is something which is fine. I mean, Google is there who can tell you many things, but no, it is important to basically apply that logic. Okay. So just go through LMS. LMS will have lot of videos. So you can go through them. You will enjoy those videos. They are quite good videos. And after that, the content which is there in terms of presentations, go through that. We will apply that logic and concept here. Because I'm joining in between, that's why I am building. Otherwise, I generally don't build. I don't mind. I have so many models with me. I can showcase you that how we do it, but it is important and it is useful if you follow me or do things parallelly, so that I can iron out all the challenges which you will face. You will definitely face challenges. It is not that easy. Even you are master of Excel also. What number needs to be taken, from where it has to be taken, how things to be calculated, structure should be, there could be many challenges. So it's a process, but the process should be followed rigorously by all. Okay, guys.
Okay, sir.
Okay, sir.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. Thanks, dear. I think we will be able to make sense out of it, and otherwise I'm happy. You can tell me, I will devise work accordingly. I will run a presentation, talk about that. No practical task. Then you just go through the MCQs. You will pass the Marticus course. It's not, I mean, you can read and clear Marticus, but you will be on a similar platform where you were before joining Emarticus. Because Emarticus, though it is teaching you, arranging lectures, but if it is going to be theoretical, then it is not going to help you at all. It is, I mean, of no use.
Yes, got it.
Okay. Chalo. Okay, thanks guys, thanks. Don't mind, but there is a lot of effort to be required from your side, because ultimately it is going to help you. For me, I have done my part. I put my effort when I started, and I burned my midnight oil. I worked like anything. I mean, I was donkey for many years. So after working, I was able to devise smart ways how to efficiently do things. So, okay.
So in the
I will
context
share.
of,
Thank you.
Yeah.
you
Yeah.
know,
Yeah.
you were,
Shravan.
yeah, you were estimating this thing, trying to estimate Emarticus revenue, and
Yeah.
in that context, we could, we obviously it's a private company, so it does not disclose its financials, but it does disclose, gives some hint of how many students overall might have enrolled in a year through its quarterly placement report. So, and we can get that. So obviously we can get 4 quarterly placement reports, and then in each placement report, it discloses the total number of students being placed, and it also gives the placement rate. So we can get the total number of students that were enrolled, and we can get a sense of how many, like an average 50,000 collected from every student. So this way we can get the latest revenue, and also the latest quarterly placement report is so very easy to get, even if you're not a student. You can just ask the counselor, just show me your latest placement report, and they'll hand over to you, even without being a student. So being an outsider, you get this kind of information for a private company, and so yeah, just wanted to share the insight. That
Yeah, I got it. And then I like the like your way of sourcing the information. You have to be smart, and it's not that you should know how you can get it. I mean, it is also important that you have to be smart enough to actually. It's all about the analytical ability. If you're looking for something, it's not that if they're not disclosing, how can you actually achieve to that number? That is also important. It's a very correct and right approach from an analytical point of view.
Thank you.
Okay, guys, thanks. Yeah, I mean, I hope I'm making sense and it is of some use. Hope for the best, and thank you. Thanks for patiently hearing me out. Please work on these things. You will definitely get benefit out of it. It's you who has to actually take initiative.
Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you,
Okay.
sir.
Okay.
Thank
Thanks,
you,
guys.
sir.
Thanks. Have a nice evening. Enjoy.
Thank you, sir. Bye.
Yeah. Bye. Bye. Take care.
Same to you, sir. Bye.
Yeah. Bye.